City streets passing by, underneath stormy skies. Neon signs in the night, red and blue city lights, cargo trains rolling by. Once again, someone cries. Trains and winter rains, no going under, no going home. Trains across the plains, and in the sky, a star alone. Every time it's the same. One more night, one more train. Everywhere empty roads. Where they go,
pilgrim's cloak. I'll be a common thief. I've kept this single faith I have but one belief. I still
City streets passing by. Underneath.
Smisha marching and Willure, Fulchior and Irish Echo, Sporting Faru na Falcha Corrove, Stahan Shaw, Hig, the Dryhage Orga, Fiha Hien. Agus Mlena, a shocker COVID, Nimaja Chatogos, Boston, Octamaja Acrelu and Shaw, and St. Ear Huskert, and St. Aichus Fudja Sheer, and St. Ear Huskert, and St. Derry Bigga, and Neil Talk here Connell, and Ked Forrest, Jug on Iris, now Boston. I'm Marcin O'Willure, publisher of the Irish Echo, delighted to welcome you into the Golden Bridges 2021 conference. Because of COVID, of course, we can't be in Boston again this year, but we're in the most westerly part of Northwest Ireland. We're here in the Derry Bigga and the Gaeltacht of Gweedore. Today we have a fascinating showcase of really the best of the Northwest Ireland, and we want our friends right across Irish America, but in particular in Boston and Massachusetts, to join us for this wonderful journey across all the changes that have been happening in this part of Ireland. Part of that change is where we stand today. We're here in the GTAC Digital Hub in Gweedore, a creation of Údarás na Gaeltachta, the Gaeltacht Authority, to try and welcome back the diaspora and also people from across Ireland to work here in the Gaeltacht. There are other changes you'll hear about today which will lift your heart. There is a new medical school now, fully operational in the city of Derry. As well as that, there's a Derry City deal on the way. And as if that isn't enough, there are plans for a new university here in Donegal. So let's get on the way today. We always traditionally have the mayors of Donegal and Derry City and Strabane District Council to open Golden Bridges Conference. I'm glad we can do that again today. We have Councillor Jack Murray, the Mayor or Chairperson, Donegal County Council. Alderman Graham Work from Derry City and Strabane District Council will also join us. And then we have a special guest, Rachel Collins. She is a District Attorney of Suffolk County, which covers the Greater Boston area. And she represents the diversity, not only the increasing diversity of Ireland, but also the increasing diversity of Irish America. So please, let's move on to the official opening of Golden Bridges 2021.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a good morning to those joining us from the United States. As Cathaoirleach of Donegal County Council, and in partnership with the Mayor of Derry City and Strabane District Council, it gives me great pleasure to officially welcome you all to the 13th annual hosting of the Golden Bridges Conference. As we continue to face the challenges of COVID-19, we are now at least very familiar with using online communications to reach out and communicate with established and hopefully new friends across the world, allowing our diaspora in East Coast America to connect with the Northwest region of Ireland once again. We continue to recognise the importance of maintaining our diaspora links and striving to develop new and fruitful partnerships. The world has changed so much in the last 21 months. The Irish diaspora, something that we cherish, has been disrupted and disjointed, with human contact minimised but not eliminated. Businesses have suffered greatly due to the pandemic, especially those businesses in the tourism, hospitality and retail sector. Many have had to pivot in terms of how they operate and deliver their service, and we want to acknowledge their level of innovation and flexibility and vow to continue to support them in their endeavours. Our working environment has also altered radically, with many working from home. Remote working has now become a way of life, and though this can be a challenge, it has also offered the region an opportunity to showcase itself as a great option for relocation. Donegal County Council have in fact become the first council in the country to launch its own remote working strategy for business in 2021. Many people have made the concerted decision to swap city living for something more rewarding, where work-life balance can be achieved through success at work, matched by the vigour and vitality of living in a beautiful location such as Ireland Northwest. We are very much appreciative and grateful for the support of our partners along the East Coast of America, where so many of our diaspora are so positive about what we are doing, about our region, and actively strive to help us get the message out that the Northwest region is ready for business and investment. The past number of years has seen much great work completed by the regional teams on both sides of the border to build business partnerships that will lead to job creation and economic growth for the region and promote our education offering and the skilled and educated young people available for employment. The partnerships developed by the educational sector on both sides of the border also ensures a continual focus on innovation and workforce development for those companies in the region. These initiatives demonstrate that what makes Ireland Northwest region particularly strong is our united message selling and promoting the region as unique because of its close connectivity to the British and European markets. Its digital connectivity, skilled workforce, the competitive business operating costs, as well as excellent educational and business linkages. One of the take-home themes of today's event is how this region continues to innovate and pivot to meet the changing demands of those seeking to invest, relocate, or start a business in the region. This flexibility and adaptability is a core component and strength of the people and businesses in the region, and we know that no matter what challenges we face, we shall overcome these by continuing to work together in partnership. The event will also focus on several key themes of strategic importance to Ireland Northwest, including working together in the tourism sector to enhance the visitor proposition for the region, the Northwest of Ireland, a global exemplar for cross-border cooperation, and valuing our transatlantic partnerships. I would like to finish by thanking all contributors and participants in the talks planned for today. I hope you will find it insightful and it can lead to opportunities to further strengthen our existing connections and bonds. I thank Derry City and Strabane District Council and their Mayor for their continued focus on partnership across the region and all our stakeholders who strive to deliver the best outcomes for the people of Ireland Northwest. Finally, I offer an early and happy Thanksgiving and a special appreciation to our friends across the East Coast of the United States for their continued support, and we look forward to the day when we can renew our acquaintances on American soil and in turn welcome you back to the Northwest of Ireland. Gur míle maith.
It's a great pleasure to join you here today as Mayor of Derry City and Strabane District Council and extend a warm welcome to everyone. I am delighted to join you from GTAC here in Gildore with my colleague, Councillor Jack Murray, Mayor of Donegal County Council, and to be joined by Rachel Rowlands in Boston in the true spirit of the Golden Bridges. I had truly hoped to be given this address in Seaport in Boston, but it wasn't to be. Despite the challenges and our shared values, historic and culture ties remain strong, as does the deep trade and investment relationships. It's important to take the time today to reconnect and capture the growing opportunities both here and in the US that can be fostered by the strong transatlantic relations. It's been a busy 12 months focusing on the COVID recovery and revitalisation scheme for business, communities and the public realm. We also signed the Transformation City deal for Derry City and Strabane, bringing investment worth $250 million from both the public and private sectors and creating 7,000 jobs. This is the single largest investment by the government to our regions that I will see in my lifetime. Funding on this scale has magnitude will deliver a stronger, more resilient, regional balanced economy for the region and beyond. You will hear from Louise Debaz, Professor, on the graduate entry in the medical school, which opened its doors to 70 students in August. This is just one of the 10 game-changing projects focused on innovation, digital and health projects, alongside renewal and regeneration initiatives. By scaling our research and innovation assets in the data analyst, AI and medical learning, health and life science, where we are already given world-class capabilities, we are well placed to maximise the opportunities from Industry 4.0 and the opportunities in a post-COVID world. By ramping up in investment in the skills of our human capital and in building the future of work, we continue to invest in the digital enabling infrastructure, connectivity and place marketing so that the Northwest remains top in Northern Ireland and one of the top 4 UK locations for remote working. Workers are drawn by the affordable housing, the strong sense of community, the good public school system, the free healthcare, excellent telecoms infrastructure, and openness and quality of life. The US remains the single largest source of foreign direct investment to Ireland, and the companies continue to perform strongly. The majority of the technology sector and have over the last 20 years involved innovation operations which considerably enabled intellectual properties and high-level value added. Allstate NI, Seagate, DuPont, OneSource Virtual and the United Health Groups, to name a few, have selected the Northwest as their locations of source. The Northwest also provides a strong business base for local business. You will hear from two of our homegrown success stories, Jennifer Neff, MD of Elementary Software, and Robbie O'Brien, founder of MD Meta Compliance, who will share their stories growing and scaling in the Northwest. Our message is clear. The Ireland Northwest region delivers a unique set of circumstances, a unique partnership, and we are very much open for business. I very much look forward to the Golden Bridges programme today and exploring how we can continue to rebuild and reconnect our cities, regions, whether that be through innovation, trade, investment, culture and heritage and education. I urge you all to continue with the great work that you are doing and to keep the relations and connections between the US and Ireland as strong as ever. Spread the word about what's happening here in the Northwest. You all have such a crucial role to play in realising the region's true potential. We look forward to welcoming you all back in the Northwest Ireland, and we hope to be with you in Boston in 2022. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rachel Rollins, the District Attorney of Suffolk County, Massachusetts, which includes the beautiful cities of Boston, Chelsea, and Revere, and the town of Winthrop. I could not be more proud to join you today, celebrating our Irish roots. As the granddaughter of Irish immigrants from County Mayo on my father's side, and the daughter of a mother whose parents are from Barbados, my life has been steeped in rich and vibrant history from both of those amazing cultures. The celebration of multiculturalism is a bridge connecting individuals and communities. I'm doubly privileged to have two cultures that I take incredible pride in, my Irish heritage and my West Indian roots. 2 years ago, I had the pleasure of visiting New Ross, Ireland, and seeing Kinsale on a professional trip. I love this country for so many reasons, and I'm looking forward to visiting Ireland again, but this time bringing my family, in particular my father. I am grateful to be part of the Golden Bridges Conference, celebrating both our shared heritage and the diverse experience of the Irish, as well as Irish Americans such as myself. Growing up in Boston, at first, this city did not celebrate my parents' interracial marriage. Change is hard. Over time, the city changed, and my family became more receptive of my parents' love and our family's diversity, which is now an incredibly huge sense of pride for all of us. My parents are 51 years married. Rebuilding some of those relationships wasn't easy, but nothing worth doing ever is. Our family and our city is so much stronger because of what we went through, the difficult and painful work of reconciliation. This city of Boston, which years ago was unprepared to welcome my multiracial family, has not only embraced me as a Black Irish woman, but they have elected me to serve as the first woman to ever be the Suffolk County District Attorney. I am so proud of this city of Boston that I call home, of the office I have the privilege to lead, and the really important work we are doing to create a more just and equitable criminal legal system. As district attorney, I make a point to go on conservative talk radio shows. I've spoken with Ivan Yates and Kieran Cudahy of the Hard Shoulder on News Talk. And for those in Boston, they are just, I think, more attractive Howie cars, right? I'm willing to talk to anyone. And more importantly, I'm willing to listen to anyone. Hearing different viewpoints starting difficult conversations, and giving those who disagree with me the opportunity to hear directly from me and me from them is so important to building a society where everyone feels valued and heard. We live in a truly interconnected world. Take today's event, for example. Although we are not able to gather in person today, we continue to come together and connect across oceans. A pandemic and physical distance will not stop us from coming together to share insight and experiences, to celebrate and to move forward together. Everyone here today is also connected by our shared Irish heritage. No matter how different our life experiences, we are connected by our unwavering pride in our Irish culture. Events like today's conference help us bridge our divides in an interconnected world, whether those divides are physical or ideological. Embracing our interconnectedness brings us one step closer in the work of reconciliation, recovery, and rebuilding. Thank you.
Welcome back. It's great to get Golden Bridges 2021 underway. Each year we've also been very fortunate to have ministerial representation at Golden Bridges, often in Boston. This year we have Minister Charlie McConalogue, Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine. We have all three in abundance here in County Donegal. And he's going to look forward with optimism to the future of North West Ireland and to Ireland. Minister Charlie McConalogue.
Hello to everyone on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. It's great to join you all for this very important event. Thank you very much to the Golden Bridges team for inviting me to be part of the 13th annual Golden Bridges Conference. I'm excited this year to talk to you about the topic of looking forward with optimism and confidence in the North West Ireland region, a topic and attitude that is as important now as it ever was. Although we are meeting virtually, I'm truly honoured to be speaking to and engaging with a group of people who all share the same goal: to build mutually beneficial links of community, culture, commerce and education between the northwest of Ireland and the Irish American community in Boston, Massachusetts. Indeed, these mutually beneficial links are what has helped the Northwest region to prosper and overcome hardships for many generations. And these links are what help us to continue to look forward with optimism and confidence. Our diaspora, and especially our US diaspora, has always been and continues to be a crucial link for Irish economy and society, and equally so for the Northwest of Ireland. Last year, I discussed with you the major issue facing our community in 2021, Brexit. Since then, much has changed and the EU and UK entered into a trade and cooperation agreement. Although an agreement was reached, Brexit still impacts many ways of life of people in the Northwest. But what is clear is that a no-deal Brexit would have been much more detrimental to our society and way of life, not least of all in the sectors under my own Department of Food and Fishing. Through these challenges, the trademark of our people, resilience, came through as always, and the Northwest community rallied to work through these issues together. This year also, the global pandemic has hit the Northwest Ireland region harder than many other parts of our island, and it continues to dominate lives across the country, in the US and throughout the world. The Irish people again showed huge resilience in sticking with tough restrictions on their way of life and work, and our vaccination programme, take-up of 94% of the population, is one of the highest rates in the world, with our people to be commended for that effort. Again, although our way of life has changed in many ways, people of the Northwest have adapted to these changes. The COVID-19 pandemic was a once-in-a-lifetime shift in our society, and although restrictions have reduced globally, the disease is still with us. Society has opened gradually, and importantly this month, flights and access resumed between the US and Ireland. The use of technology will perhaps change the way we work and socialise forever, but has also taught us the power and benefit of relationship building in person. These two examples alone prove the resilience of our people. The Northwest community is determined to continue to work together and to look forward to 2022 with optimism and confidence. And it is also determined to work with our colleagues in the United States and in Massachusetts to continue to develop the region, increase trade links and social links. The topics for discussion at this year's conference and the impressive list of panellists and speakers is proof that we are clearly looking forward with optimism and confidence. The focus of today is on the rise in investment in the Northwest, the relaunch of our tourism offering, the shift to global working in rural locations, the importance of education to the region, and exploring our shared heritage and culture. I'm sure you all join in a spirit of cooperation and togetherness to discuss these topics in detail today. I again thank you for the invitation to speak with you today and to be part of this important annual event. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Boston City Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty. I am a proud Irish American born and raised here in South Boston, where I'm raising my own family. Here in South Boston, St. Patrick's Day was my mother's Super Bowl. It's a whole month of festivities celebrating our Irish heritage. While I wish I could have welcomed you all in Boston today for this meeting, I'm glad this important conference is still taking place virtually. COVID has distanced us all as a society. I've seen it within my own family, within my own neighborhood, and on an international scale. As we work to return to a sense of normalcy, it is important that we rebuild all of these bridges and these relationships, whether it's setting aside time to visit your neighbor across the street or making a trip across the Atlantic. A strong relationship between Boston and our brothers and sisters throughout Ireland benefits all of us. Our respective economies, educational opportunities, business development, and enhancing our vibrant culture. I look forward to working with government officials both in Boston and abroad, our partners at the Massport Authority, and community leaders to take necessary steps to strengthen our connections and put us ultimately in a stronger position than we were 2 years ago. My door is always open to each and every one of you, and I'm always ready to discuss any ideas and suggestions you may have to strengthen this important relationship. Thank you for your time today, and as my folks who obviously hail from Carna and Rustmuck up Galway.
DNA. It's what makes us unique, but also what binds us. What we pass on to others, here in Donegal and all over the world. We seamlessly combine turf, tech and talent.
Donegal is dynamic, new and ambitious.
Our DNA connects our past and our future. It's what encourages us to drive, nurture and advance.
We have been in Donegal for 5 generations.
We are educated, skilled and progressive. We are digital natives with aspiration. Our DNA is shared. It gives us a sense of belonging and connection.
Is as dún an almud, tá sé go smur inning.
We cherish our culture while embracing new adventure. We embody all that is great about our island.
It's wild and inspiring.
It helps us to express who we are. It all comes back to the same thing, that unique bond that's a part of everyone who is from here, lives here, visits here.
It's Ireland's DNA.
Tá sé go smur inning.
It's in our DNA.
It's Ireland's DNA.
Donegal. It's in our DNA. Is as dún an almid, tá sé go smur inning.
Time to embrace the giant spirit of Derry Londonderry. Visit discovernorthernireland.com.
Before I introduce the next session, which is about Northwest Ireland and international investment, a region on the rise, gives me a chance to thank Invest Northern Ireland in the US, who have been a sponsor of Golden Bridges from it first started back in 2007. Mark O'Connell, who will chair this session, is a CEO of OCO Global, which is one of the world's prominent organisations and agencies dealing with foreign direct investment. He's going to lead an expert panel looking at why the proposition of Northwest Ireland is unbeatable and getting better every day. Please welcome Mark O'Connell, CEO, OCO Global.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Northwest Ireland, open for investment, a region on the rise. My name is Mark O'Connell, CEO and founder of OCO Global, specialist in trade and investment. And I'm delighted to be able to introduce an extremely well-qualified panel bridging the public sector and private sector, north and south, to help address some of the opportunities in this region on the rise. We'll start in no particular order with Peter Kong, who's the Americas Market Director for Invest Northern Ireland. Peter has very generously given up her morning to join us from Boston, USA, Massachusetts. Then closer to home, we've got Michelle Conahan, who's here with us in the GTEC. in the heart of the Gaeltacht in County Donegal, in Gweedore. And Michelle represents IDA Ireland. She's the Northwest Regions Manager based out of Sligo. So again, Michelle's travelled to be with us, and thanks for joining. Mark Boyle joins us from Irish Pressings, a County Donegal-based manufacturer working in the automotive components space. And we'll hear more from Mark later about his experiences. And last but not least, Jennifer Neff is founder of Elemental Software, based in Derry near the Guildhall, and she's joining us from her home office today. So without further ado, I'd like to get started with roughly half an hour here. Just a couple of words maybe to scene set. So my firm, OCO Global, has 150 staff and offices in the US, Europe, and Asia. And we do genuinely have a global perspective on trade and investment. And we're very proud to announce our latest establishment, which will be right here in the Donegal Gaeltacht in GTech, where we've just registered as a Udris client. So by way of scene set, I want to just cover a few macro trends. I know we're all sick talking about it, but the pandemic has genuinely knocked the stuffing out of investor confidence over the last 2 years, and volumes globally are down some 30 to 40%. Interestingly, though, and we might hear more from Michelle and Peter around this, Ireland has demonstrated itself to be quite resilient. The correction in Ireland has been much lower than elsewhere in the world, and our fundamentals seem to stand up even in a pandemic and post-pandemic environment. Then there's geopolitics and new trade alliances which are forming and favoring investment in what I've called safer havens, doing what you know in established places like Ireland versus more racier options like China and the Middle East. So money is being cautious at the moment. And we're seeing point-to-point trade corridors, I'll call them, like this very valuable one between the Northeast US, Boston, Massachusetts centric, and Northwest Donegal. Those sort of trusted trading corridors, I think, will be a thing of the future. Then we move on to the B word. I mean, post-Brexit, Ireland and Northern Ireland find itself in a unique regulatory position within Europe and the UK. And in Ireland's case, the only English-speaking location left in Europe, and apologies to my friends in Holland and elsewhere who can probably speak better English than I can. But as a native language, I'll say we're uniquely placed, thanks to the UK's departure. I mean, then the phenomenon of home working and remote working have unlocked pockets of talent and productivity. And I think regions have been the major beneficiary of this trend. The resilient sectors through the pandemic and into the recovery are focused on talent and tech. And so infrastructure, both digital and physical, is a key driver of this type of investment. And we'll hear more from about the Northwest offer in a moment. Then the other big theme is sustainability. After COP26, we're recognizing that low carbon is going to be a major theme of all post-pandemic recovery investment. And finally, Ireland's special relationship with the US just got a whole lot stronger thanks to the Biden administration and common interests in keeping Europe and NATO whole. So we're in a unique place, I think, relative to others at this moment, building on a very established traded or favored nation status. And finally, my firm is working on a new FDI strategy for Northwest City region, which includes Derry, Strabane, and all of Donegal. And I'm, hoping to use this forum as an excellent opportunity to get some new perspectives on how to market and position the region, particularly in sectors and markets. So I'm going to turn over now to our very experienced panel and start with some questions and Q&A. So if I may, I'll start with Peter again. Peter, I mean, you're a veteran, if you don't mind me describing you that way in this space, and you've been promoting foreign investment into Northern Ireland from Europe for some time and now recently from the US and America in general. I'm just curious, what are the things that US investors are responding to in our offer, and particularly the Northwest, if you can comment on that?
Sure, Mark. Talent is a key driver of a lot of our investment into Northern Ireland. And it's not just kind of plugging a gap that they just need a few bodies on the ground. Repeatedly, we get comments on the quality of the talent that we have in Northern Ireland, that we have in Derry and Strabane. I know Jennifer will comment a little bit on that later. It's not about just having people, it's actually about the value they bring to those roles. So we have had US investors comment on other locations and repeatedly say their Northern Ireland workforce actually provide innovation. They provide value add to a lot of the projects that they're working on. And that is a whole different value of what they're bringing to the table that they're not experiencing in other locations. Interesting on your COVID comments, Mark, because what we're also finding with US investors is perhaps previously they were a little reticent about having a workforce out of an office and a particular location, whereas the forced move to remote working has actually benefited companies looking at alternate locations as well and realizing they don't necessarily need to be within that 20-mile drive. So we're seeing a lot of interest coming through from people who were maybe a little cautious, but are now more ready to embrace a new location.
So we can genuinely say, it is a region on the rise. And are you, just to comment, if I may probe a little bit, Peter, are you feeling that, as I said, that, Ireland, Northern Ireland have shown a degree of resilience through the pandemic and hopefully looking forward to, a pandemic-free future?
Absolutely. And, we have an extremely robust pipeline, I'm pleased to see, coming through to numerous regions throughout Northern Ireland, including the Northwest. We see huge potential for the Northwest in terms of manufacturing and life and health sciences, particularly with the benefits coming through the investment through our city deals. So a very positive future.
Brilliant. Well, look, Jennifer, if you don't mind, Peter's just queued you up nicely there for a few, let me say a few words about your journey and the challenges of talent and the perception, right or wrong, that the demand is quite tight.
Thank you, Mark, and hello everyone. It's great to be back again. A lot's happened since I last spoke at Golden Bridges last year. Elemental has now been acquired by a large tech company, and as part of that acquisition, we made sure that Derry and the Northwest was firmly in the contract, and that the growth from the Northwest was going to continue to happen. So we've grown now. We're a team the size of 35, but we have this parent company now, the Access Group, and as part of that, we've 4 jobs out at the moment, and there'll be another 12 to 15 next year. So there's just, when you look online, there are so many opportunities at the moment out there in the Northwest, and even for people coming back. We'd love to. I think a lot of our senior leadership team actually have lived away and they've moved back to the Northwest again. So we're really, really hopeful. The standard and the quality of applications that are coming through is fantastic, and we're really seeing a difference there. So we're in the position now where we're maintaining that culture that we have within Elemental that everybody loves, and as well as growing the business now. And Derry, the Northwest, was a very attractive place as part of the acquisition too, because of the people. And recently we did a net promoter score, which is like a customer survey. It's a national survey that's used, and we scored really, really highly. It was our first time we've ever done it. Mm-hmm. And I think that is down to the fact, as I said last year, that the Northwest people are genuinely, they're caring and they're creative. And especially if you have a service element of your business, that's really, really important. And I don't think we would have scored as highly from our customers had we not been based here and just tapping into that amazing talent that there is. There's so many opportunities now to grow within your career as well. So I think the Northwest is a great place in terms of everyone's looking out for how can we help these, especially young people or people with maybe not as many skills, how can we develop those skills and really move them quickly into roles where they're going to progress their career forward.
Fantastic. And we're going to hear from Mark at Ward in a moment, because he's recently returned to the area, actually from Boston, I heard, in the sort of green room, if you can call it that. But before that, I'd like to just maybe ask Michelle from IDA. Your new strategy talks a lot about in sustainable investment, Michelle. What does that mean in IDA terms? And could you also perhaps comment on the sort of resilience or quality of the pipeline that you've been building, and if the pandemic has affected that or slowed it up?
Sure. So under our new strategy, the 2021 to 2024, we are targeting 25 investments for the border region. Now, in terms of where they will land along the border, it's difficult to say that at the moment, but in terms of the sustainable investment approach, we understand that investors are looking at sustainability in their decisioning criteria, and so we're working with clients across our base to help them to build sustainable and responsible production. But we're working with them on that like innovation and training side of the piece as well, and we're also working to win new green investments. But there's also a lot of collaboration that's happening across government agencies. We've had the Climate Action Bill, you know, and there's a lot happening there. So quite a lot in that sustainable thing, but they're still at an early stage on the FDI process of how heavy weighting the sustainability criteria is. But for example, on our property agenda, all of the properties are built with LEED top-class sustainability ratings. And as part of our build program, we're building an advanced building solution in Letterkenny, and that will be during the 2021 to 2024 strategy.
Fantastic. And how are you feeling, you know, in terms of confidence about the pipeline and future interest in Ireland in general, and hopefully the Northwest from, say, key markets like the US or Asia?
So the US is a very important market for us, as you know, Mark. And so this year so far, we've seen 4 FDI companies announce. And we've had 2 in Donegal. So CETA announced an expansion of 55 people. We also saw Druva announce 20 people. And the Northwest is Donegal, Sligo and Leitrim. And we had an announcement in Sligo and Leitrim. And in total, that was 210 jobs. So that's close on our outturn for last year for the Northwest region. So again, to kind of echo Peter's, it's a robust pipeline. We're seeing a lot of growth, and then you've also got that remote opportunity, which helps level the playing field a great degree. And I suppose what we've seen is that mobility of talent as well, and the strengthening of infrastructure from a digital perspective to enable home working success factors in the region.
Fantastic. Well, that's very, very encouraging and reassuring to hear that performance, and hopefully you're not creating a rod for your own back, as they say, with that Q1 performance. I'm going to turn over to Mark then, and a couple of questions from Mark from Ward Pressings. Tell us a little bit about your journey back to the Northwest and how that's been, but also more specifically, I mean, what's the attraction of the Northwest for an engineering firm supplying the automotive sector? It's sort of an unlikely one, perhaps, but maybe there's a great backstory there, if you would, Mark.
Yeah, a little bit unlikely. Irish Pressings was set up in 2005, I beg your pardon, by Brendan and Declan Ward. They had both worked in the automotive world and they had travelled within the automotive world. So when they set it up, they had no hesitation about setting it up in the west of Ireland because they knew the skill set. They're from the area. They were tool makers. Both actually were awarded recognition for their tool-making skills. So they knew what the community was capable of in terms of engineering skills. And of course, then over time, they slowly but surely built the organisation. They had some challenges, given the fact that there isn't an established automotive organisation or industry, if you like, in Ireland. But over time, that became a strength because the outsourced services that they didn't have, they had to vertically integrate that into the business. And while that was challenging through the early years of the company, now I've just recently joined the company. Now it's a real strength because organisations are looking for companies that they can partner with, companies that can add a variety of capability, and that's really where Irish Pressings has managed to position itself over the last 10 years. And experiencing a lot of growth as a result of that now because the quality of the workmanship, the service, the location here, just not too far from England where there's a large automotive industry, is really starting to pay off in terms of dividends and experiencing some really nice growth. I suppose from my own perspective, I lived in Galway for 20 years. I'm from one of the islands off the west coast here, so like a lot of people, I moved away not necessarily out of desire, more out of necessity. And over time, that move took me to the States. I was 20 years in Galway, 7 years in Boston. But I always knew I was going to be coming back to the area at some point in time, and ultimately, you choose that time around what works well for your kids. So I moved back to Arnmore Island in April of this year. And I was really pleasantly surprised when I came across the opportunity to work in Irish Pressings, because while you see from your travels that there's no reason why your career should suffer, at the same time you are cautiously concerned about it, that you may not get the opportunity to work with high-tech companies, cutting-edge engineering. And I was really pleasantly surprised to get the opportunity with Irish Pressings. I had known about them, not just them, but also the likes of Randox and other companies in the area. So I was keeping an eye on these companies that are doing really, really good work and providing great opportunities. And like I said, what's really enjoyable is the fact that, yes, I was with large multinational organizations in the States, but my day-to-day has not changed. The big advantage now is I get to live on an island, I get to commute every day, and I get to enjoy the best of what the West of Ireland, and in particular Donegal, has to offer, with no sacrifice in terms of professional career. So that's been really, really enjoyable. And that's the key message, I suppose, I'm trying to get out to friends, colleagues, young graduates, kids going to college. Absolutely move away if you so desire, but if you want to stay, there's great opportunities, and I suppose that's the responsibility we have now as companies in this area, is to make sure we promote those opportunities and give those options.
Well, that's a very compelling testimonial, Mark, to people who might be thinking about, wouldn't it be great if I could, move home? But you've demonstrated that it is possible.
Absolutely.
And, mid-career, and you can still find valuable and, high growth companies to probably take advantage of your international experience and networks relative to the homeboys that might be on the doorstep.
Exactly.
So another question for Jennifer, if I may. You mentioned again, Jennifer, in the green room about something called the Lab Fund, I think it was called, and how it might have helped your journey to establish. And tell us a bit more about that, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, when Leanne and I were starting out with Elemental, there wasn't half of the amount of great opportunities now for support for businesses. And one of the new ones, there's two actually new ones that have emerged here, which are just fantastic. One is the Lab Fund. So there's about 65 companies and people in the Northwest that are paying in to a fund, £20.24 per month. And this fund is for people that have ideas, and it could be around social or economic renewal or innovation. And it's amazing. That's not a big lengthy process. It's a small amount of money. Now it's probably up to about £2,000 pounds. But in the early days, if Leanne and I had even been able to tap into even £500, we would have stretched that in a long way, and like so many entrepreneurs do. But so there's all sorts of things happening. There's things like there's a group of young fellas that set up their own business, and they're just buying on like loads of really cool brands, and there's a lot of vintage clothing. They got a bit of money. There's a typewriter museum that's coming here to Derry. There's a guy that put in an idea just around litter picks and community litter picks. So he was like, it was physical activity, mental activity, and then just the environmental as well. So, but there's loads of businesses in there too that just have said, look, I need some funding for X, Y, or Z, and it's amazing. It's part of an organisation called Your Dairy. It's a community interest company. There's another organisation then called the Awaken Hub, and I'm sure lots of people have heard of these guys. So it's actually 4 Irish women, and this is a social enterprise as well, and they are trying to level the playing field basically for female founders in Ireland, north and south of the border. And since they started 16 months ago, there's 1,500 women have joined this community, and they've had 17 events. I was at one last Wednesday, and it was amazing. Marianne Pierce was over from Boston, which some of you may know, and it was amazing. The room was just buzzing full of female founders, and there's a new thing called She Generate, which is like an acceleration program as well. And there's 52 ventures that are on that, north and south, because in that early stage of developing your business, there's not a lot of funding out there. It's very difficult. So both those initiatives are really plugging that gap. And I think what they're also doing is just letting others see that, look, it is possible. Take a risk here. If you've got an idea, or if you've got something that you want to do, try it out. Here's a little bit of funding. Here's lots and lots of mentoring support. So it's a really good time here at the moment. You can just feel it, when you're walking around. It's just a real air of optimism at the moment.
Yeah, that's great and exciting to hear. And needs to be called out a little bit more, which I certainly will be doing in the Northwest Foreign Investment Strategy. A couple of things then, and sort of related to that as well, around the ecosystem. Through the research we're doing, I'm hearing great things about the development of the technical university and the sort of upgrade of Letterkenny Institute and alliances with Sligo, I think, and Connacht Ulster Technical University, as well as the medical school in Derry, for example. I mean, for me, the places that do best in attracting foreign investment and keeping it sticky have enduring relationships with third level. If I think about Cork as a great example, or even in Belfast, those make the investment really resilient and upgradable. I just wonder, have any of the others got, or any of the panel got some good examples of investors that have been influenced or dissuaded in some cases by expanding in the area because of that level of university to industry cooperation? Specific examples would be great if you have them.
I could speak generally from a client perspective, Mark. So we've got across the Northwest, we've got Abbott, AbbVie, Optum, TCS, CETA. All of those clients collaborate on a very regular basis with the ITs, soon to be technical university in the region. And that collaboration leads to more refreshed programs. So all of the ITs are undergoing a programmatic review at the moment, and they'll reach out to industry. And so they'll see that is everything as they need it to be for the future skill set. And so all of our clients are very engaged in that. Across the border region, we've got 66 clients employing 8,000 employees. So upskilling that employee base as well is critical, and that collaboration with the ITs and technical university, which we are so delighted that approval came true, means that technical university will be the second largest multi-campus university in the country. But with that added collaboration with the NI university campuses adds a really interesting dimension.
Fantastic. And I think it was you, Peter, mentioned something about Susan Wareski's, influence in helping get the medical facilities and campus set up in Derry. Is that right?
That's correct. She's made a significant contribution to Ulster University to help out with that. She's also a phenomenal diaspora champion of Northern Ireland and has been, certainly engaging with InvestNI on refining some of our strategy, what we could potentially be looking at in the life and health sciences space. And that just really reiterates the importance of diaspora to our investment attraction efforts as well.
Fantastic. I look forward to seeing more of that, because the challenge has been that, the Northwest region isn't quite as far ahead from the academic R&D collaboration, if you look at, stats compared to other regions. So the more we can encourage foreign investors and Indigenous to engage with those world-class facilities, the better. Now, livability has been, probably talked about a lot in the context of all of us sort of having a reset of our lives post-pandemic. And the Northwest really scores well in, quality of life. And Mark described a utopian experience living on Arranmore Island and working for a world-class company. To what extent do we think, the Northwest measures up? I mean, apart from the attractive quality of life and, affordable housing and good schools and beautiful countryside, I mean, how serious is the economic proposition for the Northwest? I'd like just to have any comments on that.
Yeah, I might chime in there maybe from our perspective at Irish Pressing. So if we think about how we differentiate ourselves in the automotive industry, it's enormous. We all drive cars. It's an industry we know just spans the whole globe. And if we were to ask what differentiates us, why do we want customers coming to us? Yes, we do good quality. Yes, we do great service. But one of the key things is the engineering, and where we really differentiate ourselves is during the early stage of the tool development. So we manufacture tools that produce parts for for the end customer. But in order for them to finalise their design before it goes into manufacturing, they need to work with our engineers and make sure that the design is manufacturable, and that really is where the education fits in. We've got Sligo not too far away. We've got McGee. We've got obviously Letterkenny, and it's great that they're moving on and getting the recognition in terms of universities. But that is the future for us, because it's not just the engineering that we need. It's the supply chain managers, it's quality, logistics, etc. But it really is centred around core engineering that we differentiate ourselves. And we've got a number of local graduates that really are excelling and flourishing in terms of career development because of the opportunities that they have locally with us.
Well, Mark, it's great to have that sort of balance of a sort of engineering and manufacturing operation, because sometimes the noise and sort of FDI is all about technology firms and services. So not everybody, as they say, wants to work behind a computer screen. Yeah. And it's great that firms like you are opening opportunities for others.
Mark, if I may, just to say that investors would be in good company. In the Northwest, there's 50 clients, world-leading companies such as Abbott, AbbVie, CETA, United Health Group, with significant presences here in the Northwest. There's a reason why they're here, and it's great talent, it's the levels of collaboration, and as Mark said, that individual skill, and as Peter said, that outturn, that productivity, the levels of productivity in the Northwest and Ireland as a whole have always cited us as being listed very high in the World Bank rankings, and I think, essentially you'd be in good company. There's exciting things happening here.
Well, look, please, Peter, final comments from you. Yeah, I'm being told about.
If I could add into that, the livability piece for the investors we work tends to be the cherry on top, not the driving reason for the investment. But where we have seen a benefit for the Northwest or for Northern Ireland as a whole is when a US investor sends a staff member over. They have such a great lifestyle in Northern Ireland that when they then return to the States and maybe move on to another company, they're kind of interested in replicating that model and coming back to Northern Ireland with a different project. So we have a couple of people who we're currently in discussions with that are really keen to get back to Northern Ireland because of that livability, the positive livability that they've experienced.
Thanks, Peter. And I did like the comment you made at the front of the session about the loyalty and staff retention in the area. I think is true of both Donegal, the Northwest region in general, and Derry Strabane. We've seen a lot of that, and not just because there's limited career mobility, because the staff, make long-term commitments. I've seen it in person. Look, we need to wrap up, but I would like to thank my panelists sincerely for that expert view on living and working and investing in the Northwest. Some great success stories there, and lots more to be told. We wish the rest of the Golden Bridges Conference every success, and are available should you need to follow up. So thanks everyone for your time, and thanks especially to my panelists for participating. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Bye.
Thanks, folks.
Before na fáilte roimhan seo an íor thuisceart éireann nuair atá sé sábhailte agus nuair atá sé bhar gumpert agus sásta taisteal an seo arís is America go dtí an counter seo. When COVID clears, when our American friends feel comfortable about coming back to Northwest Ireland, they'll find that the region is open once again and waiting to roll out the red carpet for you. Every year at Golden Bridges, we look at the compelling tourism proposition of Northwest Ireland, and that's thanks very much to the help and support and advocacy of Tourism Ireland, which is a long-standing sponsor of Golden Bridges. This session is going to be chaired by Joan Crawford, Client Service Manager of Fáilte Ireland here in County Donegal. Joan.
Have you booked that trip home to Ireland yet?
press the green button and visit the island of Ireland. See Ireland.com.
Thank you, Martin. Céimhíle fáilte roimh go dún an áil, 100,000 welcomes to Donegal. We're here today in Gweedore in the heart of the Donegal Gaeltacht on the Wild Atlantic Way. The Northwest is a region that's steeped in a rich and diverse cultural offering, and it's renowned for delivering world-class visitor experiences. And I know COVID's at the forefront of everyone's mind. Can I just assure you that we're taking unprecedented steps in Ireland to secure public safety and to limit the number of COVID cases on the island of Ireland. Over 90% of Ireland's population is now vaccinated, and we are leading the way in terms of other EU countries. We have a wide range of industry experts joining us today on the panel, and we're going to talk about how we're enhancing the visitor experience in the Northwest. So we're going to do a brief introduction here now, and before we kick off the discussion. Would you like to kick off there, Alison?
Thanks very much, Joan. Yes, my name is Alison Metcalf, and I'm currently Executive Vice President of North America and Australia for Tourism Ireland. And for those of you that don't know what Tourism Ireland does, Tourism Ireland is the international marketing agency responsible for promoting the island of Ireland for leisure tourism purposes. And I have responsibility for leading our strategy and operations in North America and Australia, which before COVID represented 2.2 million visitors.
I'll go next.
Then Sarah.
Everybody. Hi, my name is Sarah Stanton. I am Managing Director of Carrick Travel. We're based in Quincy, Massachusetts, just south of Boston, here in the US. And we are a group and event travel operator with majority of our business traveling to Ireland and the UK. And we're very excited to be here today and very excited to be back traveling again.
Yeah, that's great. Sarah, Odrin?
Hi, Joan. Great to see everybody. My name's Odrin Dunn. I'm the Chief Executive of Visit Derry. We're the city's official tourism organisation. We were established over 25 years, and we're actually modelled on the Boston Visitor and Convention Bureau. So we're long established, as we say, public-private partnership. Our role is to promote the city and district into the national and international tourism markets. I'm delighted to be on the panel today.
Thanks, Odrin. And Lisa?
Hi, my name is Lisa Marshall. I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing here at Lochhouse Castle. We're situated in South Donegal. We're a 5-star property with 97 bedrooms, about 200 staff, of which majority actually come from Donegal. And we're actually owned by a Donegal man as well, Pat Doherty. So we're very proud to be here and showcase the Northwest to you all today.
Okay, thank you very much, panel. Alison, we'll kick off with you. Tourism Ireland are doing extensive work selling the Northwest and our visitor proposition in the overseas markets. Given the changes now in terms of what the consumer is looking for, what are Tourism Ireland showcasing as the visitor attractions for the Northwest?
Well, Joan, I think over the last 18, 20 months, we've been tracking consumer sentiment and consumer sort of travel trends. And what that research is telling us here in the US is that obviously travelers are keen to spend more time outdoors, they're keen to spend more time being active and spending their time with friends and family. And they're willing also to spend a little bit longer and spend a little bit more when they're planning their trips for 2022 and beyond. So I think in terms of what the Northwest offers, I think it offers a great fit for what American tourists are looking for. First of all, I think if we look at the great outdoors, we're spoiled for choice, I think, in terms of what the Northwest has to offer. Located on that rugged wild Atlantic Way, a spectacular Atlantic coast, I think walking and hiking, there's great interest in some of those experiences. So we're promoting those coastal walks, whether it's, exploring Malin Head and the Inishowen Peninsula. And for those lucky enough to see, they might also see the Northern Lights. And it's those unique experiences that people are looking for. Hiking out to Fannet Head and to the lighthouse behind me here, and of course you can stay there as well. Another great unique experience, as well as hiking around Glen Bay National Park and also Sleeve Cliffs. And I think sometimes people forget that Sleeve Cliffs are actually higher than the more popular Cliffs of Moher. So lots of great outdoor activities. We're promoting surfing again. I guess the surfers out there, big wave surfers, Bundoran. And of course, golf. Golf is very popular, obviously, here in the United States, particularly the links golf courses. And I think What you're seeing in the north and the northwest, we're going to see capacity there for golfers. Obviously, there's a lot of business that has moved from 2020 to 2021, and there's been terrific investment in the golf courses. So whether it's Ballyliffin, the new course at Rosepenna, and extending out to Cannes and other locations, right the way around the Causeway Coastal route. There's opportunity to base yourself in the northwest. So the outdoors is a big part of what we're offering. And then, of course, we know from our research that people are interested in exploring their passion points of food. We know there's great food tours available in Donegal and Derry and all the way along the Causeway coastal area. Crafts and Donegal Tweed, obviously, springs to mind, and the craft breweries as well from a food perspective. And then what I think we also need to just remember too is that these were trends that were sort of happening before COVID, and they're just being accelerated. So Americans are looking for the great outdoors, but they're still looking for that cultural experience, and they're still looking for combining urban and rural. And I think that's where Donegal and Derry really offers a really strong proposition, as Derry connects as the gateway from the Wild Atlantic Way to the Causeway Coastal Route, and being the only walled city on the island of Ireland, and the history and the heritage, which I know Odrin will tell us about. Great package there. So we think that the Northwest has huge potential as people want to get off the beaten track. We know that we're trying to encourage more repeat visitors. People want to visit familiar locations and familiar destinations. And I think the Northwest offers a great opportunity to encourage visitors who have perhaps been to Ireland before to come back and experience something new.
That's great, Alison. Thank you for reminding us for all the facilities and attractions that we have in terms of getting out and into that great outdoors. Which brings me on to you, Sarah. And Sarah, over the years, you've brought an extensive amount of business into the Northwest, and you've showcased our real rich heritage and culture experiences, both here in Donegal and in Derry. But what we'd be interested to hear from you today is what trends are you starting to see coming through in terms of what the consumer is looking for, and maybe to discuss some of those itemised itineraries that you're putting together for the visitor for the coming year.
Yes, thanks, John. To actually Alison's point about the demand, definitely there is pent-up demand. We've got to think about it. From the US, Ireland is still going to be a top destination for a very long time. And for us, the Northwest in particular is great also for our repeat travellers. But what we're also finding is that demand has kind of created a lot of interest in many different areas. For us, the Northwest, as in Donegal and in Derry, offer those amazing cultural experiences, something for all of our groups in particular. And to give you an example of the kind of groups we have coming up for next year, which are varied and across the board, you have, of course, your regular leisure traveller who love the Slieveleague Cliffs, the visiting, the Tweed Centre, taking their city tour in Derry, Glenveigh National Park. So we have a number of leisure groups that are visiting the Northwest. But what's interesting about those leisure groups is I found now since the last sort of 2 years not being able to travel, they want to immerse themselves a little more. So some of our leisure groups, maybe say more the senior market, want to spend more than 1 or 2 nights in a place. So we've gone onto this trend of a more leisurely type pattern of 3 nights, even 4 nights in a destination. So 2 of our groups in particular in the early part of the year are spending 3 and 4 nights up in the Donegal and Derry area. So they will be the cultural kind of leisure groups. Then we go on to destination weddings. I mean, we at least here on the call too with Solas Loch the Castle. Destination weddings are huge in that part of the country. And again, we also have a destination wedding coming up in the early part of the year next year. Another example is then moving on to sport. Sport is very big, certainly out here in the Boston area anyway. But one of our groups are heading to the Foyle Cup in Derry, which they do every year. So we're seeing an increased number of interested teams traveling to the Foyle Cup. But they're going to spend a couple of days, 2 or 3 days in advance in Bundoran and exploring that whole area. That's, again, a great experience. So we have our leisure senior customers. We have our youth that are traveling with their families on these soccer programs. And it goes on to educational groups that we have traveling because there's so much in the area for them to see. And then we have our spiritual groups. that travel, they tend to be a lot more of the outdoors scenery and go to places that maybe the typical tour buses don't travel. So from the other thing about for our groups in the Northwest and Derry, I've always found in the years gone by, and I'm sure it's even stronger now, is the most amazing welcome. It's not just about your traveller arriving in the destination. It's like, Sarah, what else can we do to roll out the red carpet? What else do you need us to do? So if I need a soccer field on some island, or I need some mad sort of food type experience, or I need some kind of a music and dancing. I mean, we get all sorts of crazy requests. I have to say the Northwest always come through for us. We've had many great experiences, mad nights in Derry between dancing and food, teaching people Irish. So we hope these trends continue, and I certainly believe with all the demand that's there, the Northwest is ready for our groups to arrive.
Sarah, that's really heartening to hear that there's such a diverse group of customers there that are getting ready to travel to the Northwest, and I can assure you we will exceed their expectations when they do arrive. Odrin, I know a warm welcome awaits people that are getting ready to travel to the island of Ireland. And God, we've missed our visitors, and we've really missed our friends and families. Odrin, you're there in the walled city. You're the gateway between the Wild Atlantic Way and the Causeway Coast and Glens, and never have we seen more investment in terms of our visitor attractions. Maybe you'd like to give us some in depth in terms of the visitor experiences that you currently have, and maybe those that are in the pipeline that will compel the visitor to come to the Northwest.
Thanks, Joan. Yeah, I suppose that's our greatest assets, the people, and I think Sarah's hit the nail on the head. You know, the welcome is nearly legendary and it's guaranteed across the Northwest, and it's very hard to sell that until you actually experience it for yourself and come into the destination. So we're encouraging as many people who are traveling to the island to come up to this beautiful corner of the Northwest part of the island. In terms of Derry, as you say, we're a walled city, unique on the island, and indeed one of the finest in the whole of Western Europe of historic walled cities, and the last actually to be built in Western Europe. So that in itself is a very rich historic interest point for lots of American visitors. We're developing a lot of new products, and we've seen the emergence of trends of new consumers and new wants and wishes for consumers as they travel. And I think this reset will definitely position the Northwest as a great base and a great position for geographically as why you'd want to come to this part of the island. The trends we're seeing is obviously more outdoor and obviously more sustainable agenda, whether that's hill walking, cycling, the greenways, the blueways. All of that adds up to make our competitive advantage more real in an Ireland terms, and definitely will attract more visitors. We've seen a lot of emergence of a lot of slow adventure tourism, where we've seen stand-up paddle boarding, hill walking, horse riding, foraging. We've seen cheese making and making your own soda scones. All those types of immersive experiences are emerging, and that will be great stead for us as we sort of build our tourism economy post-COVID. That's really exciting for us because we know we'll have definitely a great competitive advantage in the marketplace. But one of the big things that Derry has been renowned for over the last number of years has probably been our events tourism. And I know Sarah has touched on the Foyle Cup as a massive international soccer event that we host in the summer. And we've just come off our Halloween festival, which has been recognized by USA Today as one of the best Halloween festivals in the world. And we're delighted to get through that. Over 100,000 people came and experienced it over 3 days this year. And if you're coming in the fall, this is the place you've got to come and experience. It's really unique, and it stands its tail within the whole of the island, and takes you back to the origins of Halloween as well. So definitely a must on your travels across the island, depending on the season that you're coming. We also, next year, 2022, we're launching a fantastic new light festival in February. We have a number of, obviously, our jazz festival is massive. And then we have our maritime festival, which is the Clipper Around the World Yacht Race, due to come in next year as well. So we've really, you come, you'll have an experience that's unique. There'll probably be an event happening there as well. And we'll really look forward to welcoming all of our American visitors next year.
Thank you, Odrin, and it's heartening to hear about that, slow, immersive tourism experiences, because I think now, post-COVID, people are starting to slow down, and even as you said, Sarah, they're looking to stay in areas longer. They're not just looking to do that whistle-stop tour anymore. They want a little bit more immersion in the area that they're visiting, and where better than the Northwest. But look, Lisa, you are in the position where you're responsible for actually selling Donegal first and then enticing them to come to you in Loch Ace Castle. And I suppose Loch Ace Castle is somewhere that really delivers in terms of its marketing promise, and leaves people leaving as being true ambassadors to us in the Northwest. Maybe you'd tell us, Lisa, about the type of customer you have at the moment and what compels them to come to the Northwest.
Thanks so much, Joan. I mean, Loch Ace Castle, I would say in the last 5 years, has really grown in the North American market, and it has always been a diverse mix of clientele. So as Sarah rightly said, we do have destination weddings, but 20% of our weddings are from North America, and we're seeing that being upped even more so post-COVID. Very small sort of weddings for 60 people, but they're coming for 3 or 4 nights, right through to tour groups, as mentioned before, that again, as Sarah's mentioned, they've gone from 1 night to 2 or 3 nights for next year. And they can be from all over the North American area. They can be all different age groups. We've noticed an increase in honeymoon couples as well, so younger couples that are looking to come over and spend sort of the north part tour of the island of Ireland. And especially with regards to what I would say is that multi-generational family group as well. People do want to spend time with their family and their kin that they haven't seen in a while, and basically have an experience again. And I think we are all in drastic need of a good change of scenery. So what better scenery than to go over to the Northwest and see Slieve League and Derry and all these areas. They're just absolutely stunning. And I do think the Northwest in particular, I think, is great value for money. I think the product up here is outstanding in regards to hotels and attractions. It is off the beaten path. A few of our guests in the past were second-time rounders, as we call them. They've been to the south and done Cork and Kerry and Dublin. Now we're noticing it's not just people coming back to Ireland, but first-time chance to come and see the north part of the island. I think Loch Esk in particular is positioned really well amongst other hotels in this area, where you can explore Derry and then go further south very easily. So within an hour, you're in Derry, within an hour, you're in Slieve League. You have golfing, as Alison just said, 20 minutes away. There's a lot of activities. So there's something for everybody. And I think the clear thing from us is we're very lucky that our staff here are from the local area. So they really give a sense of place when a guest checks in. You know where you are. They have all the wee stories that maybe you wouldn't necessarily know if you're not from here. And I think that's really valuable. That's what we've noticed with guests. They're staying around the castle a bit more. They're staying longer. And we've actually offered now complimentary history tours as part of our stay here, just to try and give a bit more value for when they're here and a bit more experience, because they have time. Before they were, running off to the next destination. Now they're actually really taking time to get to know the local area as well as the castle. So that's the kind of big changes that I see at the moment. And to reiterate, Sarah, we've just had an exclusive use of the castle from North America, which was a music tour, and that was 3 nights. So we are doing bigger groups safely, and it is working really well. And I have to say, most of our guests from the North American market are really pleasantly surprised about how well we do health and safety here, but we also give them the experience that they're looking for, and it's not stale as such. So I think we're heading right, Joan, and long may it continue.
That's great, Lisa. It's heartening to hear that the visitors that are coming at the moment feel very safe in the environment they're in, and that there's lots for them to see and do. So look, I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone for joining us today. Look, we are so ready for you. Our mountains are waiting for you. Our beaches are on standby. Our towns and cities are waiting on you. All I can say is book your visit, hit that big green button and book your visit to Ireland today. Thank you all for joining us today.
We couldn't decide where to go on staycation. Where could we go to have an adventure? Good food, relax in each other's company, see amazing scenery. And then it hit me. We've been going on all our lives about how lovely Donegal is, but we've never explored it ourselves. It was right under our noses this whole time.
When we last met in Boston at the Golden Bridges Conference in 2019, we were able to tell you of exciting plans to open a School of Medicine on the Magee campus of the University of Ulster in Derry. I'm delighted to say that now in 2021, the second annual cohort of students has gone into the School of Medicine. And better still, to tell us more about this inspiring journey and this game changer from the city of Derry is Louise Dubras, the Foundation Dean of the School of Medicine at the Magee campus of the University of Ulster.
Hello, I'm delighted to join you all today to talk about the new School of Medicine at Ulster University's Magee campus in Derry, Londonderry. When I spoke to you at the Golden Bridges 2020, we had received confirmation of the funding for the school. Now, a year later, I am proud to update you and to speak about the impact that the school will have in the longer term future. On Monday the 23rd of August 2021, we opened the doors to our newly refurbished School of Medicine building and we welcomed 73 new students. This was the first cohort to enter the first graduate entry medical school in Northern Ireland. And it's made up of students with a wide range of backgrounds, including politics, business, investment banking, radiography, management consultancy, optometry, forensic science, nursing and other allied health professions. Not only are they from a wide demographic group, but geographically they come from a long way. 3 of our students are from the Gold Coast in Australia, but actually many are nearby. So we have many students from Derry and from Letterkenny, from Belfast, Dublin, Galway. At Magee, we've transformed a listed historic building into a state-of-the-art learning environment. Once a professor's residence, 3 and 4 College Avenue dates back to the 1880s, and now it boasts high-tech, high-spec facilities in a beautiful and welcoming setting in the heart of our campus. We've recruited high-calibre staff in academic, technical and business support positions, with our academic staff coming from as far afield as South Africa and Egypt, but also closer to home. For our first intake of students, we were delighted to work with a range of donors, both individual and corporate, to be able to offer scholarships of between £3,000 to £6,000 a year for each year of the 4 years of their study to 10 students. Our first donor was in fact Dr. Susan Wierisky and Dr. Doug Baker, both of whom saw the value of investing in our future medical workforce and were able to do so through the Irish-American Partnership, and we are really grateful to them. Thank you. Part of our vision for the School of Medicine is to encourage capable students from all walks of life to study medicine. We particularly want to attract students from more rural and remote areas and also students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds who perhaps never ever thought that they would be in a position to study to become a doctor. The establishment of a School of Medicine at Ulster University's Magee campus in Derry City is a significant development for the North West. I work as a GP, a general practitioner, in the city myself, and sometimes, well, quite often, I found myself thinking back to the days when COVID started, but also when I started delivering COVID vaccines. Earlier this year, I had a small article, a personal opinion article, published in a journal called British Journal of General Practice Life. And in it, I reflected on how important an encounter that vaccination was for so many people in the community. It often seemed that that much anticipated appointment was over too fast for patients who had been locked down for months. So for some, holding hands as they said goodbye to me seemed like the right thing to do for us both. Those moments demonstrated the nature of the relationship between doctor and patient. COVID-19 hasn't just emphasised for us the nature of the relationship that we as doctors have with our patients, but also the fact that a career as a doctor requires a commitment to lifelong learning and, more importantly, adapting to the challenges that life throws at us. COVID-19 has also underlined the need for the change of the health service. The picture's changing all the time, and some of the challenges are systemic and have existed for far too long, and I could just say waiting lists in the United Kingdom, particularly in Northern Ireland. They're just intolerable for patients, but also for doctors. To achieve change, we require deep and targeted interventions. I'm proud that the School of Medicine represents and responds to the needs of the region at this time. So, when looking at why the School of Medicine will benefit the region, if I start with the health service itself, Northern Ireland needs more doctors, specifically more GPs, needed to deliver care in the community as patients are increasingly cared for by their GPs in the community and not in acute hospitals. In 2018, the Department of Health in Northern Ireland commissioned a review of medical school places, which recommended that Northern Ireland needed a minimum of 100 additional medical students a year to meet the increasing demand for doctors. And there was also a recommendation that that number be reviewed again within 5 years. The Royal College of Physicians, through the United Kingdom, has recently published a report called Double or Quits, and in that they articulate the importance of doubling the number of students training to become doctors. GPs are generalists. The evolution of medicine over the last 50 years has seen, to some extent, the erosion of that generalist role. People have become increasingly engrossed in micro-specialisms. For example, not just an orthopaedic surgeon, but an orthopaedic surgeon with a specific interest in hand surgery or ankle surgery, just as examples. But the difficulty is that that provides fragmentation of the delivery of care and failure to care for the whole patient. Within the United Kingdom, the 4 chief medical officers have recently made a welcome and urgent call for a return to generalism. At the School of Medicine, we are delivering a significant proportion of learning in general practice, so to increase the likelihood that our graduates will choose GP careers, or at the least understand how GPs and their teams work. Just one example, our students went out into general practice from week 5 of their first year. And 2 students who are in my own practice recently helped on a Saturday to deliver flu jabs to our patients. And what an amazing opportunity for them to participate in that, but also to witness how a really, really good primary care team works and to be part of that team for that event. Thirdly, Northern Ireland has committed to funding and implementing multidisciplinary teams in general practice, and my own practice demonstrates that. We have a pharmacist, we have 2 social workers, we have a physiotherapist, and Physician associates and advanced nurse practitioners are also beginning to work in our general practice teams. The Magee campus will make for a very rich interdisciplinary learning environment where medical, nursing, paramedic and allied health professions students will study and develop together in the community that we hope that they will go on to serve. So having begun to think about the societal impact of the School of Medicine in the years ahead, I'd also like to take a moment to think about its role in the economic development of the North West. The School of Medicine will complement the City Deal ambitions for the region, which will see Ulster University and its strategic partners roll out a suite of complementary projects in areas of personalised medicine, digital healthcare, robotics, as well as smart city and cultural and placemaking projects. This will be a city that prioritises health in the community through exciting initiatives such as the Cityside Health and Care Centre at Fort George. And the School of Medicine will further the development of the Magee campus as a hub for the study of health and innovation-related courses, thus increasing the attractiveness of the North West as a place to study, to work, to live, and to invest. In conclusion, the School of Medicine is designed to respond to the needs of a changing population and a changing health service. It provides evidence of progress on the Derry and Strabane City Deal, which represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to invest in this region. It is proof of the strategic and joined-up approach being taken to address some of the region's biggest challenges. In conclusion, finally, it's an indicator of the bright future that lies ahead in the North West region. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
My name is Sarah McCluskey and I'm a second-year student at Magee studying personalised medicine. Leaving school, I had this divided interest in maths and medicine, and I ended up pursuing maths for a number of years outside of Derry. But throughout that time, my desire to be involved in the field of medicine never really left me. After finding out about the personalised medicine course at Magee that didn't exist when I left school, I felt that it was this perfect blend of both of my interests, and to make things even better, it was available on my doorstep, in the place where I'm from, and in the place where my family live. I've studied and loved elsewhere without ever realising what was on my doorstep, but I'm so glad that I eventually did, and that this course is here, opening up opportunities for me and for many others from Derry and elsewhere. It's the only course of its kind throughout the UK and Ireland, and Ulster really is a great university to study at. When I graduate from this course, I hope to study a computational-based PhD in the hopes of pursuing a career in medical research. And I would like to continue studying here, and I want my future to be here too. We actually already have an exciting research community at Seatrick and Altnagelvin doing cutting-edge research, and with the Derry City Deal, I can only imagine this community growing. This deal is going to bring so many opportunities to Derry, and I'm really excited to see it unfold and for the people of Derry to realise our potential and to see what we can become.
Is grach leis an alíonn túir Sasanna Conrad Atkinson ar gur tíor bheith í éire agus seasan si ar mhuaireann cultartha agus sílim gur fíor sin. In sa session seo, be muid go work ar an airach sin ar an star agus ar an cultar in Iarthúsgurt Éireann. At this session, we'll be exploring a continent of culture, heritage and history, and that title reminds me of the statement by the English artist Conrad Atkinson, who likes to say that Ireland is a small place, but it stands atop a continent of culture. Very pleased that our dear friend Sonia Nicola-Aspig from Liggett TV will be here to chair the session. Corsa Dargulch, Tisha Nakoni and Sakanter Shaw. Sonia didn't have to come too far because she lives here within sight of the GTAC building in the Derry Bigga. But I want to say something else about some of the other panel members. We're delighted that Mairead Ní Mhaoinaigh, Lake Ceáil, Bunny Hor, Altan, Gmé Lynn Foster. Also delighted that Mairead Ní Mhaoinaigh from the famous Altan group, which hasn't been able to tour America in recent years because of COVID, that she'll come in to GTAC here and join us. She again is a neighbour. And also we'll have that wonderful hero of Irish America, Professor Christine Keneally, and she's leading the fight to save the Museum of Ireland's Great Hunger in Connecticut. And friends of this conference will remember that we organised from Golden Bridges to bring the permanent collection of the Museum of Ireland's Great Hunger in Connecticut to Derry, and it opened in 2019 in January. And that was a great feat and achievement of the Golden Bridges Conference, and we want to ensure that all of us support and get behind Professor Keneally's efforts and those of others in Irish America to ensure that collection, that priceless collection, is not broken up and cast asunder. So please, Corrigi Fáilte Sonia Nicolasbach, please welcome our chair, Sonia Nicolasbach.
I said to the lads, we haven't seen Maura since she moved back to Donegal. She misses us all awfully. Why don't we go up there and surprise her? And wouldn't it do us some good to get out of the city? Get some fresh air? Get away from video calls and screen time? Forget about everything that's going on and actually reconnect again.
Garamila Maigad Martin. I'm Fáilte Rómh Gaji and Etchistishanieri, Gidor. Tamajin Shaw in GTEC, agus ta ehas and Doniarn, Eg and Golden Bridges Conference. I'm Sonia Nicolasbach, TV producer director, and I run my own company called Liggage Productions. Life is Great in Donegal, and we specialise in documentaries mainly, 360 videos, and more recently we have the online contract for Ulster and Rathcarn for TG Ceathair's online platform Mollscale, which allows us to make mini documentaries and promote this area and the Gaeltacht areas on a weekly basis. When Irish people emigrated to America, they took with them their culture, their heritage and their history. Today it is great to explore those areas and to embrace what connects us through those who have come before us. In this discussion, we're going to discuss exploring a continent of culture, heritage and history. And I look forward to the discussion with these amazing people who we have here on our panel. I'll start by introducing them. So we have Brian McCormack. Brian is the manager of the Seamus Heaney home place. Brian is a nephew of the poet Seamus Heaney and is very passionate about the arts and wishes to ensure that the home place continues its trajectory towards a world-class organisation and that people can fully immerse themselves in and experience the work of Seamus Heaney firsthand. I think it's fair to say that we have all enjoyed the work of Seamus Heaney throughout our lives. We have our own Mairead Mooney from the Gaeltacht here in Donegal. Mairead is an extremely talented fiddle player and sean-nós singer. She's also a composer and has been commissioned over the last few years to compose music. I have been very lucky that I used a song of Mairead's in a feature documentary that we made last year about the late Martin McGuinness, and it was beautiful and added to it. Mairead is the lead singer of the renowned band Altan, and she has played in venues as diverse as the Albert Hall in London, the Sydney Opera House and the Hollywood Bowl. Mairead was awarded Donegal Person of the Year in 2009 and in 2017 was awarded TG Ceathair Musician of the Year. Then, last but not least, we have Christine Keneally. Christine is a Liverpudlian, professor, author, and expert on Frederick Douglass and the Great Hunger. Inducted into the American Hall of Fame, She is annually named among the top 100 Irish educators in America and received an Emmy for her work in a documentary about the Great Hunger. I'm not jealous. The world's most important collection of work relating to the Great Hunger is in the Museum of Ireland's Great in Quinnipiac in Connecticut. And Christine is leading efforts to try and prevent its closure, which is an extremely important thing to be doing. I think we'll start today with Brian McCormack. And if you could tell us, Brian, what does the home place bring to a rural area like Balahi?
Well, I suppose at Seamus Heaney Home Place, we afford people an opportunity to celebrate the life and work of undoubtedly one of Ireland's greatest ever writers. We give the people an opportunity to immerse themselves in that wonderful work and to find their own journey through the poetry and through, indeed, Heaney himself, read his work in our exhibition through handheld audio devices. People get to meet the friends and the family, the neighbours, and the people that meant so much to him, his parents, his siblings, his immediate family, Mary and his children. And it is an opportunity for people to really engross themselves in that wonderful work. And it's a very emotive experience for people because they actually do that in Balahi, the place that meant so much to Heaney. He was very much rooted in that area. He returned to Balahi time and time again during his lifetime, but also through his work. And in fact, we reckon that 50% of that wonderful work is actually based within a 3-mile radius of where Home Place stands. And in fact, the journalist Fintan O'Toole said in a lecture that he did as part of our arts programme that nobody evokes a sense of place in contemporary literature quite like Heaney. And that's something that we want to offer the visitors, to get that deep sense of connection and that sense of what that wonderful work means to them individually as well. The experience is a very accessible one. It's very, very engaging. As we all know, Heaney's work fits those two avenues exceptionally well. And it's also extremely emotional for people as well. It's the one instance where we say tears are actually good, that we know people have really, really connected with that work. And an example of that I often quote was a simple comment that one of our visitors left when they were leaving Home Place, and they said, "Come to Balahi to remind yourself what it's like to be human." And I think that really encapsulates what we're trying to achieve through Heaney's wonderful work. And I suppose within the context of the discussion today, for anybody that hasn't been to Balahi, it must be said it's not the centre of the universe, even though that we sometimes think it is, and certainly we will say that it was the centre of Heaney's universe, but it's not. And certainly we're open now 5 years, and the village of Balahi itself has absolutely transformed on the back of Home Place openings. There are new businesses propping up. There are new housing developments that are calling themselves Poets Walk, for instance. And that simply wouldn't have happened without the establishment of Seamus Heaney Home Place. Very basic things like we didn't even have mobile phone reception in the area, and all that has changed. And in fact, just hot off the press, we've managed now to get traffic lights in Balahi in the last 2 months. So all the work that we do within Home Place through our arts programme, through our education programme, has all been a catalyst for social and economic regeneration of that area, and that's exceptionally important to us as well. We've recently expanded Home Place's reach out into the landscape as well, where we've developed experiences in places like the Strand at Lochbeg, the Moyola River in Castledawson, where we afford people an opportunity to really connect directly with those places that Heaney's work referenced in such a wonderful manner. So we've expanded our reach, but I suppose the main thing is that we are seeing the arts, and in our case, Seamus Heaney's work, being that immediate catalyst for that regeneration. And I think it's something that gives us all great comfort in these difficult times that we're actually achieving something of that magnitude.
Fantastic. How did you cope during the COVID?
I think, like everyone else, with great difficulty. The building was closed. I think generally lockdown seemed to have lasted forever, but I think it was about 18 months. And in that period, we were open for about 4 months. But like everyone else, we brought our programming online, and we did a number of events, one in particular that celebrated Seamus Heaney's the 25th anniversary of his Nobel Prize Award, and we did an event that lasted some 3 hours, and we had people that were engaging with that right across the world, from Japan, India, South America, all over Europe, the States, Canada, and we found that was in a way one of the upsides of COVID. It allowed us to extend our reach digitally, and we hope that making those connections with those people, we're encouraging them to come back to Balahi to engage with what we have firsthand. So while it was a very, very difficult time, we were very, very determined to ensure that we weren't going to sit back and just wait on things reopening again. So like many other arts organisations, we simply had to adapt and pivot and went digitally. Brilliant. And it proved to be a really good success for us, for that global reach that we are trying to achieve. Heaney's work reached right across the globe, and that's something that we want to try and do, if at all possible, always with being mindful of the fact that we similarly want to attract people to Balahi as well, to buy into that whole notion of regeneration.
And with the new extension or the new add-on to this centre, what will that mean in the future, and what does that entail, or what?
Yeah, well, we've chosen 5 sites that Heaney has written about specifically: the Strand at Lochbeg, Moyola River, Maherfelt, Toom Bridge, the eel fishery at Toom, and the poem digging. And we selected those very, very specifically because they are so very much rooted in place. We have a digital app now developed that enhances people's experience when they go out to engage with those. The scenery is wonderful. There are beautiful walks, but like I think everyone will agree, there are wonderful walks right throughout this island. But these are so particularly connected with Heaney and his work, and I don't think there's any other literary figure that has done something of this nature. We afford people an opportunity to listen to Heaney recite the works in the place. And that whole notion of connecting with that place and hearing the man himself read the words. Nobody reads it like he does, and to hear him read those works in that place is a very, very important experience, and one that people are already connecting with. We've only the experience open now 3 months, but it's one that we've had wonderful feedback on, and hopefully when we can build upon the international visitors, whenever people start to travel again, it'll be a great opportunity for people to connect directly in the place that work was written about.
Very, very unique idea, and good luck with the future. So basically, we want all those people who connected online to get on planes and come over.
Yes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. There's always an ask at the end of it, so we hope that they're able to come and experience what we have to offer firsthand.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Brian. And on to Mairead. You had your own connection with Seamus Heaney at college.
Well, I was just saying to Brian there, when I was at college, he was my main mentor. And he was, I was very impressed with Seamus, because he came up to me one day and he says, I'm hardly here, but you're never here. So he gave me a lovely book called The Year in Ireland by Kevin Danaher. Sure, I ate up the book. I read it in one evening, and he said, I knew you'd like that. Well, we used to be at dinner together. We were on some sort of board. I can't remember. But I was only on it because there was a free dinner. And we used to sit and just, exchange stories about this. He was very interested in this area as well. And he came and visited a lot, and very interested in the language and all of that. So that was my big connection. And when he received the Nobel Literature Prize, I was in Finland, and the people asked me to go up and mention and read one of his poems, which I did. I think I read Degin that night.
Yes. Fantastic. It's a small world.
It is a small world.
So talking about yourself now, what is the importance of culture, heritage, language, history, particularly in the Gaeltacht areas like Gweedore here, and in your own life as an artist? What is the importance of?
Well, I suppose in a place like this, the most important thing is that there's a population to have culture, and in order to do that, you have to entice people to stay here, and it's great that we have this facility like this. And, if we go back even a few hundred years, this was one of the poorest areas in the country. And the people, I remember growing up, when I was growing up, it was so important that we all went to third level college. There was no choice. We all went to third level college, and that was it, And that had made, it helped with everything. It helped the language, which is the Gaelic language. It's very strange talking to you in English, actually, because we speak in Gaelic all the time. It's my first language. But what was very important is with that education, the language thrived. Also, the music that was dying out thrived. And my father was a fiddle player. But years ago here in Gweedore, there was a Father McFadden that didn't like the idea of people playing music, so he used to go around and break the instruments, And he was, but he was very good as regards the land league. He was very good to the people, but he didn't understand the cultural side of things, and he used to break instruments and stuff like that. But my father was one of the first people to start playing out in public again, and that was like a good 50 years, 60 years after Father McFadden had done that damage to the music. But the music thrived in the kitchens and in the Tihi Ernia, as they would say, the Cayley houses. And when I was growing up, there was hardly anyone playing music in this parish. There was my father, Joe Jack. A lot of people would play quietly in the house because that remnant of Father McFadden was still there, that it was a means of sin. So people had this awful thing in their head that it was a means of sin. And so the way it thrived was quietly in houses and people coming to collect, like for instance the likes of Seamus Hennis or Kevin Danaher or Princess O'Conloon and all those people. So when I was very interested in the songs, I would go, especially when I went to college, I went to the archives to listen to all these people that I had never met. And I learned a lot of those songs and brought them into, like if I sang them, brought it into the vocabulary again, we'll say, and into the Cnuasart, as we say, into the well of songs that we have in this area. But, if you, like we were talking the other day, we were here with the French ambassador, and one of the things that came up is, if you take this area here, GTEC here in Gweedore, and go 10 miles radius, there are so many people that have sold albums. We'll say you're talking about over 100 million albums sold between Anya, Clannad, Daniel O'Donnell, ourselves, Scarra Bray, the Bothy Band. All of these bands are connected to this area. So this is the well where this music came from. And all right, it's commercial, but from that, like their records, but the music has never been as strong as it is now. When I was about 30, 40 years ago, a friend of mine, Caoimhín McGee, came to my father and said, I'm going to start up a Cargus na Vidlery, which is bringing together all the fiddlers in Donegal, because Donegal is known for its fiddle music. It has a very, very strong sense or style and an accent of fiddle music, and brought all these fiddle players together at that time. And at that stage, it was a dying thing. Now it's thriving. You cannot get enough teachers to teach Donegal fiddle music. And that's just the fiddle alone. So there are other instruments coming along as well. So here in Gweedore, we have An Crannog, which the Costa Forbara, which is the developmental, what would you call it? Costa Forbara committee here in Gweedore. They brought together this school of music. And there's just a stream of children going through there every night, learning every instrument from fiddle, flute, whistle, guitar, box, uilleann pipes, harps, everything. Anything you want to learn, you can go there and learn it. And it's really amazing how this parish has come from one of the very, very, very poorest areas in the country to very rich in its culture. And I would really like, if more young people could stay here, because if you look at that age group from, we'll say, 17 to the early 30s, there's hardly any of that age group around, because there's no work here for that age group. They go away to college, and then they might stay away or emigrate for experience. And they might come back, if we're lucky, when they're around late 20s, 30. But that age group, there's a gap, and that's the gap where things thrive, where we need more people to be here and sing and play. Like I have to be selfish. And, we need more of that age group to be in this area, because that's where the gap is. Because so we have an older generation and a younger one, and then this generation in the middle that has to go away to college. Well, there is a university here, but it doesn't supply all the faculties that people want, so that's, but I've never seen the tradition and the culture as strong as it is now.
And you're also, there's the fiddle side of it as well, but there's the singing side of it as well, which is sean-nós, which is another thing that seems to be thriving again. And do you think that that's one of the best qualities we have in areas like these that are rural and maybe have been neglected in the last 10, 20 years? And as you said, now the young are emigrating and not coming back again. And,
but what I notice when people emigrate, they become more proud of where they're from. And if you go away, like for instance, if I'm playing in New York, I have in the front row have people who never listened to me play a fiddle down in Hudibugs in all their lives, and they said, "Oh, play this and play Glantan Loskidor or play that." And but the thing about the songs are so important, because the songs from this area, there's such a well of songs and a well of tradition and a well of poetry that the young ones are learning, and it's luckily thriving. And luckily, because of these people who collected them earlier on, they're there for them to find them in archival things.
Very important, and it also has the language as well.
Well, the language is very important. Yes.
Yeah. So, thank you very much, Mairead, and onwards and upwards with the music and the song. So now I'm going to swing round so that we can see yourself, Christine. I wanted to ask you, what are the special links that were between the northwest of Ireland and America during and before the famine?
Okay. Before I answer that, maybe I can just 2 points. I was lucky enough to visit the home place in January 2020. So it's fantastic. And I was so glad I got there just before everything closed down.
Oh, fantastic.
I do have a small Seamus Heaney story. I lived in Belfast in the 80s and 90s, and my daughter and I were travelling to Dublin on the train, and who was sitting across from us but Seamus Heaney. Of course, I knew who he was. And there was an alleged bomb on the line. So we were stuck for 2 hours near to Dundalk. And my daughter was reading a book, and Seamus wrote a little dog roll for my daughter in her little book, which I know, which we have to this day. So a very unique, warm memory of such a great poet, such a great man in every way. And then if I can do my fiddle story, because when Mairead was speaking, and you mentioned my research on Frederick Douglass, who was the self-emancipated slave who came to Ireland on the eve of the famine. And he was in Ireland for 4 months. And when he left Ireland, he went to Scotland. And he'd had a great time in Ireland. He said it was the happiest times of his life. But he got to Scotland and was homesick. So what did he do? He bought a fiddle, and he locked himself in a room, and he taught himself to play. And he said that whenever he was sad or homesick, he would play the fiddle and, quote, feel as happy as a cricket. So
that's great. Fantastic.
And just to finish this, he taught his grandson Joseph to play the fiddle, and Joseph Douglas became the first black concert violinist in the world.
That's great to know.
So yeah, there's lots of connections. And Frederick was very musical, and he loved Irish music. He said even though he didn't understand the words, it reminded him of the sadness of the songs sung on the plantations where he'd been a slave.
Blues.
So
it's like
music
the blues.
culture. Yeah, very much so. So anyway, they're my little stories. So emigration, we know there was very high immigration from the north of Ireland in the 18th century, and particularly in the 19th century. Now, what we also know is most of it was unregulated. It was pretty crude in some ways, hence the term coffin ships. But in the 18th century, we know that many people who came from the north of Ireland emigrated to what was then called colonial America. And many of them settled in the Appalachian Mountains. Many of them were Protestant. Many of them were supporters of King William. And you probably know that gave rise to the term hillbillies. So that's where hillbillies comes from. But they also took with them, the rich music, the rich culture of the north of Ireland, and very much kept it alive. So I'm sure I'm not musical, but when we talk about bluegrass, we very much think of its Irish roots, and its Irish roots in the north of Ireland. And they took culture. I think they also took the real sense of place, as we've talked about, but also their sense of politics, because we know some men, it was from Ulster, were involved in the Declaration of Independence, in the American War of Independence, etc. So that's almost the first wave of emigration from the north, and it's very large scale, and they are Protestants. And in the 19th century, they called themselves Ulster Scots. That's very much an invented term to differentiate themselves from Catholics who came in the 19th century. So in the 19th century, there was emigration before 1845, large-scale emigration, again from the north of Ireland and places like Donegal. But what we know is that Mairead was talking about the loss of young people. And again, when we think of emigration, it tends to be young people who are enterprising, who are healthy, who seek a better future for themselves and their children. But that broke down during the famine, during the Great Hunger, and people who could walk, quite literally, just got out of Ireland. Many people left from Donegal. Again, we don't know how many died. We don't know how many emigrated. The British government refused to keep records, but we know the population probably dropped by a third in the space of 6 or 7 years. So massive, massive loss of population. We know many places did not recover. The whole country has never recovered from that loss of population. And many of the people who did leave Ireland during those years were Catholic, and hence that differentiation, the Ulster Scots and the Catholic Irish who left. Again,
Yeah, sorry, very quickly, Christine. You're tell us about the museum that you're very briefly. Sorry, we're running out of time at the moment, but I want to address that.
Yeah, so I teach at Quinnipiac University, which is Native American name, and Quinnipiac is in Connecticut. And the vision of the previous president, John Leahy, himself Irish immigrant descent, was that he should tell the story of the Great Hunger, the Great Famine, so that more people would know it. And he was actually given some money by two Jewish brothers who had no connection with Ireland, but felt very moved by what had happened. And so John started to collect artwork, books, archives, etc. And at a certain point, he had enough to open a museum. That point was 2012. And people came from all over to visit the Great Hunger Museum. And in 2018-19, the collection went to Ireland. It was in Dublin Castle, Skibbereen, and in Derry. Over 100,000 people saw it. It then came back. In the intervening time, Quinnipiac had a new president, and the new president did not feel committed to the museum. And it closed for COVID, of course, and the president announced in August, the new president, that she announced in August that the museum, the Great Hunger Museum, unique in the world, would not be reopening. So you said at the beginning, Sonia, that I was the leader. I am far from being the leader in this, but I think appropriately enough, the man who is leading this campaign, Tulla McConnell, is a Donegal man. He's from Buncrana and very much in touch with his roots. So Tulla's leading this campaign, and we're hoping that the trustees and the president will reverse the decision, because there is nothing like this museum in the world. It's a very moving, visceral experience to visit it.
Okay, well, that is a very worthwhile project, and I wish you all the best of luck with it, Christine. I could sit here all day and go through all the bits and pieces from all your lives, but unfortunately we have to wrap it up now. I'd like to thank Brian, Mairead and Christine, and it's been a wonderful experience. I hope you enjoyed the discussion, and you come and visit, listen to the songs, and support the Great Famine Museum in Quinnipiac in its efforts to stay open. Thank you very much from beautiful Gweedore, and good luck with the rest of it.
Amas na Norehori at Ogin an Kogail Shaw to Udris na Gaeltachta, agus Tahas Ram Gamay, Priwaimanach Udris na Gaeltachta, a Clocky Park, and Cheshin Gurrid Shaw of Esa Chak Tucket. I want to thank Udris na Gaeltachta for welcoming us here to GTAC and also to the Chief Executive, Micheál O'Henny, for taking part in the next session, which is a short conversation about working globally but living locally, which I think is the aspiration of everyone in this time of COVID. The chair of this session is Joanne Kilmartin, and Joanne is the leader of the Diaspora Project, which is a very innovative project which is making a real difference in connecting Donegal to its global diaspora. And Joanne Kilmartin will be in conversation with Niamh Walsh, who came back to Donegal to live, and with Micheál. Please welcome Joanne Kilmartin.
Thanks very much, Martin. My name is Joanne Kilmartin, and I've been the Donegal Diaspora Executive in Donegal County Council for the last 5 years. And I'm absolutely delighted today to be here with two people that I've worked very closely with in the delivery of that project. Micheál Ó Hionaigh, Chief Executive of Údarás na Gaeltachta, the state agency with responsibility for the economic, social and cultural development of the Gaeltacht areas, and Niamh Walsh, who epitomises everything that the returning diaspora member is. Niamh is a native of Carrigart and director and founder of TDL Horizons, a consultancy-based business focused on the tourism sector. So you're both very, very welcome. So whilst COVID has presented, many challenges for us as individuals, communities and businesses, it has also presented opportunities for peripheral areas such as Donegal. So Micheál, I'm just going to start with you in your capacity as Chief Executive of Údarás na Gaeltachta. What's your perspective on the theme of our talk today of working globally and living locally as it pertains to Donegal?
Well, part of our strategy since 2018 has been to promote the whole concept of remote working, because we know that in the Donegal Gaeltacht and in other Gaeltacht areas along the west coast that we have beautiful areas, a very good quality of life, very vibrant culture, places that people would like to live, great facilities, amenities and so on. Up to now it's been very difficult. You had to locate a firm that was located in an area that had a job for you. But with this whole concept of remote working, we found that people can move home with their jobs as opposed to waiting for a job to materialize in the place. So for that reason, we started to develop our network of digital hubs. We're situated here in GTech Gweedore in Donegal. It's one of 30 digital hubs stretching from Carrigart in the north of Donegal to Cape Clear off the coast of Cork, where people can actually have very good office space, excellent connectivity, and effectively to work at no disadvantage in comparison to if they were in their original offices in Dublin or Boston, New York or Glasgow or wherever. So it's been a central part of our strategy. It's very important. These hubs also offer spaces where people can develop as entrepreneurs. There's a very supportive atmosphere in the hubs. An ecosystem where people collaborate, work together, get the supports they need. So it's remote working. It's also that whole area of being able to develop your own business in a conducive surrounding. And as well as that, what we're seeing is that some companies are choosing to locate satellites in this type of building. And we've seen that emerging over the past number of years. So those are the different options there. But it all comes down to the fact that there's very good infrastructure, office space, world-class connectivity, allied to what is a world-class environment for people to live in.
Absolutely, Micheál. And Niamh, just over to yourself. You, as I mentioned already, epitomise the returning diaspora member to Donegal. So just tell us a little bit about your own journey back to live and work in Donegal.
Of course. Well, listen, my journey isn't that exciting by any stretch of the imagination, but it is very typical of those that are from Donegal and living and working around the world. So like most people, I suppose, after college, I decided I needed to go somewhere to get some experience. So I chose Dublin, thinking a year would do it. 1 year moves into 2, 2 years moves into 5. The next thing in our instance, we got married, we had children, and we looked around and we hadn't yet bought a house. And certainly in our instance, Joanne, it wasn't because of price, it was because of this notion or this niggling feeling of will I or can I ever move home? So it was over 10 years later, towards the end of 2016, we finally made the move, and it was as a remote worker. So I was the first remote worker for global property company Cushman & Wakefield from the Dublin office. And listen, to be fair, agreeing with what Micheál said, we wouldn't have moved home without a job. So remote working gave us the opportunity to relocate to Donegal. Then I suppose Donegal gave me a further opportunity towards the beginning of this year. I set up TDL Horizons. I don't think if I were in Dublin, I would have had that opportunity because, you know, it's a more expensive way of life, I suppose. Childcare is more expensive, and ultimately it's a busier pace. So for me, Donegal has provided me with those opportunities so far.
Absolutely, Niamh. So Niamh obviously talks about the opportunities that remote working has given her and her family in Donegal, and you talked about the Digital Hub network all the way down the Western Seaboard, and indeed the depth and breadth of Donegal. So what are your future plans for promoting the remote working in Donegal?
Well, remote working has really added a very valuable string to our bow here. It's something that wouldn't have been in our thinking 10 years ago in such a significant way. But I do think it's important in terms of working locally. Not everybody can bring their job home with them. Not everybody can be an entrepreneur. There are an awful lot of top-class firms located here in West Donegal where people can come home and develop a career with companies like Randox, like Pro-Ampac here on the Business Park, like Irish Metal Pressings. There are numerous companies here in Donegal and in the Gaeltacht areas where people can bring their skills home to actually add to that company. And I think when you look at companies like Randox, where you can actually have a world-class career operating at a global level while living in a place like West Donegal, I think that's something that's hard to beat. So there is that mixture. There's the remote aspect, there's the aspect of people that have their own idea. They'll get a lot of support for developing that idea, setting up their own enterprise, but there are also very good quality jobs. And these companies are always looking for good talent, people with skills and with experience that can add to their company, and the people themselves can continue to develop their careers here in Donegal.
Absolutely, and I think that's a hugely important point to make, Micheál, that we have the remote worker turned entrepreneur, which Niamh obviously is, and then somebody, if they want to further their career in Donegal, that opportunity is there. And just before we leave the remote working and the Digital Hub, Niamh, you were instrumental in the development of one of the Digital Hubs in Carrigart, and you might just tell us a little bit about the benefits of working from a Digital Hub, and maybe not just the individual benefits, but the wider benefits, societal benefits to doing that.
Yes, well, this actually started back in 2016 when I approached Cushman & Wakefield to become a remote worker. I was the first person to do something like that from the Irish office, so they needed a business case because obviously they have a board of directors. So while I was doing the research in remote working, the research is there, and we now know after the pandemic or since the pandemic that it is very productive, it is very efficient, but there are challenges, and there is no two ways about that. The main challenge really comes from the employee themselves, and the data and the statistics are there that after a certain length of time, typically between 5 and 7 years, the employee can become quite lonely, feel isolated, a bit out of the loop, wants to get back into the kind of business ethos environment. So we decided in conjunction with others, the Gaeltacht and Donegal County Council and a local community group, that wouldn't it be great to have an open plan? It's really an open plan office in a small rural area to accommodate remote workers or to indeed accommodate entrepreneurs. But what it does is, at the time, again, this was all pre-pandemic, it encourages people who are living in the city that may not want to work from their house. So when you think of remote working, unfortunately, it can give you this image of working from your spare bedroom or your kitchen, and it's all chaotic. Whereas this influx of digital hubs and the one in Carrigart, what we're hoping to do is to encourage families to relocate, and the economic benefits, the spin-off benefits for a village like Carrigart or any small village is second to none, But ultimately, what we'd like to do is to give people in rural Donegal, in our sense in rural Donegal, an urban feel. And I think, where we are here today is it's so cool and funky. It's better than anywhere I've ever worked in Dublin. So that's the ethos, is to encourage people home, but to a really good top-class environment.
Fantastic, yeah. And just maybe touching on that, Micheál, as a final word in terms of the supports available to, an individual, a business looking at Ireland Northwest to relocate their business to, in terms of supports. Just a final word on that.
Yeah, I suppose Údarás na Gaeltachta are the state agency responsible for supporting development in the Gaeltacht regions. We do the work of the IDA, Enterprise Ireland and LEOs, that work that's carried out in other parts of the country. So if people wish to locate here, we can help them obviously with space. whether that be space in one of our GTECs, our digital hubs, whether that be shared space. We also make provision for office spaces if that's more suitable for people. We also have space for people that want to set up other types of enterprises. So we're the biggest landlord in the Gaeltacht region through our very broad property portfolio. But as well as that, there are various supports that can be provided to people in terms of research and development, feasibility studies, employment grants, training grants, various other types of supports that can be provided from time to time to assist the business in finding its feet and continuously develop. So there are a wide range of supports available in the Gaeltacht and in other parts of Donegal and in other parts of the Western Seaboard. So the supports are there. And I think that to go back to Niamh's point, I think, people should realise that when you do talk about remote working, that you are talking about being able to access world-class facilities in these rural areas, that the office space is, as Niamh says, as good as you'll get anywhere, and the connectivity is second to none. So you are under no disadvantage, and that people shouldn't, and there's also a community feel, a support community that's there, an ecosystem built around the digital hubs, within the digital hubs and between digital hubs, so that people are in communities and there are support communities there across sectors and so on. So I think that those supports are also very important, as well as the formal agency supports, the mutual support and the network support that's available for people when they locate in these areas.
Absolutely, Micheál, and I think that's it's a very important message to get out there, that the financial and the business supports are there, but also to add to our urban towns and villages across Donegal from an economic perspective is hugely important. Niamh, final word from yourself just on what you would consider to be the unique attractiveness of Donegal for remote workers, or indeed for anyone looking to set up a business in Donegal.
Okay. Listen, I nearly feel as if Micheál and I are repeating each other, because I'm just going to agree with what Micheál is saying. One of the main challenges, in my view, is an awful lot of the listeners that are listening today haven't lived in Donegal for maybe 10, 15 years. They come over for their holidays, whether that's Christmas or July, August, and we're in a very different Donegal that we were 10 or 15 years ago. And if you're sitting in America or wherever you're sitting, it can look and feel like a sideways step, or indeed, unfortunately, a backward step to move and to relocate to Donegal. And it was definitely one of the, you're writing your list, one of the cons that we had was your career, and is this a sideways or indeed a backward step? And it's not. It's definitively not. I mean, Micheál's already spoken about the amount of opportunities from a career perspective all around Donegal. I mean, it's exceptional, and you don't realise it until you're here, because when you're living and working somewhere else, you're busy with your day-to-day life, so you don't get it. So we all understand that Donegal is beautiful and has this absolutely fantastic balance, but as a former remote worker and now with my own company, really what I want to get across is that there are careers here. If remote working's not for you, if you don't want to be an entrepreneur, that's fine. There are proper careers here. There are lots of opportunities, and my one piece of advice is, if you're thinking about it, just try it. You won't regret it,
Absolutely. And I think just to pick up on that, and just as I suppose a final synopsis of our talk today, that's exactly the message that I have been trying to get across to the global diaspora for the last number of years too, is that it's a very different Donegal to the one that many of you would have left years and years ago, and there are many opportunities in the county. And just to say as well that Donegal County Council was actually the first local authority in Ireland to develop a remote working strategy for businesses, and that, coupled with the amount of urban and regeneration projects going on in the county at the moment, is really maximising the opportunities that the increase in remote working is bringing to our county. And that, coupled with the recently adopted enterprise plan for the county, will see a number of key sectors developed over the next 10 years in our county. And so there's really a call for you, the diaspora, to become involved in the evolution of that enterprise plan in our county. And I suppose just finally to say, if you are that person listening to us today and thinking about that move to Donegal, then we would all encourage you to reach out, to talk to myself and colleagues in Donegal County Council, particularly in the Economic Development Unit and the Local Enterprise Office, to Micheál and his team in Udras na Gaeltachta, and particularly to people like Niamh, people who have made their dream a reality and made that move to Donegal and are happy to share their stories and their challenges and the opportunities with you to do the same. So really what's left for me to do is thank Micheál and Niamh for joining me today, and on behalf of all three of us, to thank Morchin and Conla and all the team at Ashland Events for the opportunity to join you from this state-of-the-art facility in the GTEC Gweedore. Gurul mil mai agaf goleir slan.
My name is Alicia Call. I'm a stratified medicine student from Donegal, and my course is based at the Magee campus in Seatrick. I was drawn to this course because it addresses the fact that healthcare is not a one-size-fits-all approach. I did my placement at Northern Ireland Clinical Research Services under the guidance of the company's director, Dr. Geraldine Horgan. During this time, I became a qualified phlebotomist and assisted in recruiting participants onto multiple research studies in areas such as Alzheimer's disease, COVID-19 and nutrition in pregnancy. I now work for the company's newest edition, Melrose Clinic, where we deliver a range of comprehensive health checks, blood tests and COVID-19 PCR and antibody tests. I believe that my experiences thus far have equipped me with a skill set that I can carry forward to implement personalised medicine in the Northwest. I aspire to pursue a career in research and medicine, and I'm excited that the City investment in the life and health sciences sector will create more opportunities for me as a graduate.
Mille buíochas liv ahasar manéis fáilte chur Sean Cara dar Gudge, Malachi O'Neill, Provost, Campus Magee, the Ulscoil Olu, agus the Ulscoil Olu Cudju, agus taku go funwer, leis an Cógail seo ó Bunny away. I want to welcome Malachi O'Neill, the chair of the next session, which is really going to look at Northwest Ireland as an exemplar, as a global exemplar of cross-border cooperation. But a word about one of the panellists, that's Susan Woroski, who is a life sciences investor from Boston. Her family left these parts around 1880, 1890. Certainly they left a long time ago. And she has renewed her commitment to this part of the world by making a substantial contribution towards scholarships for students at the new School of Medicine in Derry. I had the great good fortune to meet Susan at the Famine Memorial on Cambridge Common in Boston last week. We had a wonderful stroll around those parts and also reconnected with the Irish Americans of Boston, who've been given so much back to Northwest Ireland over a long period. So great to see Susan on this panel. Please welcome Malachi O'Neill.
We are a cybersecurity specialist company. We've developed a solution for the insurance industry to help quantify cyber risk in small businesses.
We chose Donegal because of my family ties and the county's rich distilling legacy.
And we're here because of the diverse talent that is available to us in Donegal, along with the rich ecosystem of other technology companies who have chosen Donegal to become their home.
E&I Engineering came here in 2003. Quality of the people, education of the people and the work ethic that has probably made our business successful more than any other factor.
Donegal has the perfect mix of a modern infrastructure, a young educated workforce, a unique sense of place, and a strong cultural identity.
We've had fabulous support from CoLab, LYIT and Enterprise Ireland in accessing funding streams, development opportunities and accessing international markets and networks.
TCS is a global leader in IT services, consulting and business solutions. It's one of the largest private employers in Donegal.
We would strongly recommend this area as a location for any inward investment.
Gur míle maigad as sin bhhairtín agus 100 míle fáilte romh go léir hiag an téisiún seo. You're all very welcome to this panel discussion entitled Northwest Ireland, a global exemplar for cross-border cooperation. And as you're aware, this is part of this 13th annual Golden Bridges Conference and Awards for the year 2021 from our broadcast studio here in GTEC Gweedore, Conde Gunanal. My name is Malika O'Neill. I'm the Director of Regional Engagement at Ulster University, and I'm delighted to host you here from my own spiritual home in the heart of the Donegal Gaeltacht. With me in studio is John McLaughlin, CEO of Donegal County Council, and joining us online is John Kelpie, CEO of Derry City and Strabane District Council, Susan Wiersky, biotechnology entrepreneur from Wiersky Associates in Boston, and Anna Ní Gallagher, nach Willowwater Huel, Tashi Linanacht as Aaron Moore, Kaiherlach Uderus, the Gaeltachta, to Falcha Rove, a Lig a Charge. Our shared purpose in this event is very much to build mutually beneficial links of community, culture, commerce and education across the Atlantic, specifically connecting the Northwest region with meaningful US partners. With that in mind, I'll go straight across the Atlantic for the initial conversation with Susan. Susan, delighted to have you with us for this session. Can you begin by telling us a little bit about your own relationship with this Northwest region? Your surname, of course, indicates a familial link with Donegal in particular.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the connection has a bit of a past, a present, and a future to it. So indeed, my ancestors came from Creeshlow in Donegal, and they left during the Great Famine and came to, that was my great-grandfather, and came to Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he had my grandfather, who went on to medical school in the Cambridge area, who then had my father, who went on to medical school in the area. And so that sort of Irish immigrant tradition of leaving under a very challenging set of circumstances and getting established in this region, working hard and valuing education has been a bit of my past. And as well, the family really kept some of the Irish traditions alive. And I was beyond delighted when I was giving a lecture at the MIT Business School when a development officer from the University of Ulster came up to me and said, Wiersky, is that Irish? And those sounded like magic words to me at the moment. And that led to an invitation to come to Northern Ireland and to meet particularly the life sciences group on the ground at the University of Ulster. And I have to say, it was a really meaningful I think my first visit was before the Peace Bridge had been built. I've been back many times, and I've seen it constructed and then even fully built and a double rainbow over it. And a little bit of a metaphor for me as to how I've seen the life science community in that region grow since I've made these connections. Combination of CTRIC and the incredible research coming out of the university with the vocational training associated with it. So I feel in that area for an incredible building of a life science community, and the relationships I've made there have reached out to me in the Boston area. And so it's been a pleasure for me to collaborate with some of the scientists and business folks to make introductions here in Boston and to go back to that region. And so that's a little bit of how I see a past, present, and frankly, a future, even with the new medical school in the region. So a little bit of a continued collaboration that I really look forward to doing.
Fantastic, Susan, and of course your own personal contribution and indeed sponsorship of some studentships in the new School of Medicine is hugely appreciated by Ulster University, and you've alluded there to the importance of education and indeed medical education in your initial response. How have you witnessed the change in the region since that first engagement with my colleague in our development office a number of years ago?
Yeah, I think I think there's a maybe I'll call it an attitude, a passion, an ability to really get a lot done. And, when I first started talking to folks there, the idea of a medical school was on the table. I know there have been significant challenges to making that come to fruition, but the bottom line is anything that's big and bold requires breaking through significant challenges and making it happen. So the idea of a medical school to produce doctors that can bring to an underserved community healthcare is an incredibly big, bold vision. And all of you in that area have made that happen. And, with limited resources and, probably competition for those resources in other areas. So I think that passion and emboldened spirit, I think I've seen brought to so many things. I was talking to Tony, who leads up the biomedical sciences, and he was telling me, as he hires faculty members, he doesn't micromanage their research. He taps into their human ingenuity, and that will bring big, bold solutions to healthcare and biomedical sciences. And I really believe in that, and I see that thriving in that area. And I think it's just the beginning, frankly.
Fantastic, Susan. And moving slightly closer to our location here this evening, I'll come to Anna. Anna Araylinhig Aaron Moore. This conference, as you know, seeks to engage the 4 pillars of diaspora, community, business and government. And in many ways, those priorities align with the agency you're representing in this discussion. Can you tell us a little bit about Údarás na Gaeltachta and the role it plays?
Yes, certainly. Good morning, Valerie. Údarás na Gaeltachta, translated as the Gaeltacht Authority, was established in 1980 and is a state agency which is responsible for the economic, social and cultural development of Gaeltacht, which is the Irish-speaking region of Ireland. And our overall objective is to ensure that the Irish language remains the main communal language there and is passed on to future generations. I suppose for those who are not familiar with the concept of Gaeltacht, the areas involved are mainly on the western seaboard, so the northwest, the west and the southwest of Ireland, but also 1 or 2 pockets in County Meath on the east coast and on the southeast coast in County Waterford. So that our mission, therefore, is enterprise development and job creation and supporting language, cultural and community-based activities. So I suppose the alignment of our priorities is very clear. We have a population of approximately 100,000 inhabitants, and it's an area which has traditionally and historically been devastated in some instances by emigration. But we see that also as a plus. Our diaspora is very important to us, and we are continue to closely connect with members of our diaspora scattered throughout the world, and also to try and foster stronger relations with them. So, you know, as it is, I suppose, obvious, these 4 pillars are really interdependent. I suppose I could say also that the digital age will continue to be crucial for the survival of the Gaeltacht, and the notion of remoteness is, in my view, set to disappear.
Yeah. And I suppose, Anna, this evening, John and I are sat here in a remarkable high-tech, high-spec space in the heart of this rural community. You know, the digital age has absolutely been embraced clearly in this locale, and obviously that has you know, additional bonuses for all of us on both sides of the Atlantic.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and as I was saying, I suppose the notion of remoteness, because Gaeltacht has always been characterised by this idea of remoteness, of being far from the centre, far from where it's happening. And partly because of, I suppose, preparations that were undergoing before the pandemic struck, which were quite timely, but also, I suppose, in light of the huge societal changes that have come about during the pandemic, the idea of remoteness is now very much quite different. So remoteness very often now, it sort of means, I suppose, quality of life, you know, getting away from the rat race, only having to drive 10 or 15 minutes to work, if one has to drive to work at all, in the mornings and in the evenings. And so a lot of what University of Gaeltacht has been working on very diligently for the last 30 or 40 years is starting to bear fruit in a way that would have been quite unanticipated and unexpected even a few years ago. And in particular, what we're very happy to see is that our young people are returning. And these digital hubs, of which the digital hub at the Bidor Gaeltacht is a very good example, enable young people to return home. They're working in areas which were even until 2 or 3 years ago, I suppose, totally unanticipated and couldn't have been predicted. So we have financial advisors, we have people who are working as draftsmen for clients in the US, we have people who are working as financial consultants for people in France, for customers in France, and everything in between. And so I suppose it has really been transformational, and it was really very timely that University of Gaeltacht had set as one of its ambitions to introduce and to set up these digital hubs throughout Gaeltacht.
Yeah, Gurmila Moigat, Anna, and very much a commendable approach from Udrist, no doubt. John Kelpie, you've been a constant, in my mind anyway, at these conferences in Golden Bridges, and you've really been a champion of that cross-border partnership between Derry and Strabane and counterparts in Donegal. Can you tell us a little bit about the genesis of that partnership and its early days and how it's grown into the strong collaborative approach that we witness day and daily now?
Yeah, thanks, Malachy, and it's great to be back, albeit virtually, during this. Yeah, look, I suppose the partnership between Derry and Tyrone and Donegal has been in existence for decades in the past. And there have been many sectors that have been collaborating and many bodies that have been collaborating across the border on a huge range of very worthwhile projects during that time. But I suppose what is different in the last 5 or 6 years in particular is that we've begun to look at that collaboration much more strategically, finally recognizing that this cross-border multi-jurisdictional place is actually one place with one people. It may be governed by 2 different governments and locally 2 different councils, but we share a common place. So it's a place-based leadership model that now strategically collaborates across the jurisdictional area, and I think that's what's changed dramatically in the last 4 or 5 years. that we now look at the totality of that place from a strategic viewpoint, broadly across the three pillars of economic development, of environmental development, and also, very importantly, of cultural and social development as well. And the collaboration of both councils, together with the support of both the Northern Ireland Executive and the Irish Government, now means that we are advancing a huge range of projects and initiatives right across those three pillars, and being able to look at services and strategies and initiatives and plans and projects that now serve a population of over 350,000 people, as opposed to each of us looking at perhaps differing projects at times with differing timeframes and possibly different objectives.
And John, you addressed environmental concerns there, and I suppose in the week after COP26, can you outline some examples of how those that joined-up approach is embracing the challenges that we all face in terms of environmental issues?
Well, absolutely, Malachy. If there was a subject area that completely disregards borders, it's environmental issues, and we are advancing in some of those really big, important issues now as the northwest of the island of Ireland, looking at joint climate mitigation and adaptation plans, looking at a joint energy policy, looking at a joint energy plan and a green growth strategy, both together working with all of our partners, but not just at that bigger strategic level, looking at actual projects that will deliver on the climate change agenda. So we in Down and our colleagues in Donegal are now looking at the development of a cross-border greenway network, actually getting that greenway network on the ground to drive modal shift in the area, and also looking at cross-border green growth plans and landscaping plans in terms of major parkland development and the planting of trees, again, to act as carbon sinks and to look at how we provide more sustainable services for our citizens. So at multiple levels now, we're working on that environmental agenda and sustainability agenda, working both as two councils, but also a range of agencies and government departments that are contributing to that.
Yeah, thank you, John. And I'll move now from one council CEO to another, and from one John to another. I'm joined in studio by your Donegal counterpart, John McLaughlin. And John, we've heard there from John Kelpie in terms of that alignment in environmental and many other issues between the two councils. And can you offer some your own assessment and as to the strength of the partnership at present and the key areas on which that shared focus will rest in the years ahead?
Yeah, thanks, Malachy. And yeah, acknowledge the comments of John Kelpie, indeed others on the screen so far, yeah. And hopefully we're sitting here, as you said, in Garower. Hopefully next year we're in person. It'll be my first time across the Atlantic in person. I look forward to that. But yeah, I'd say, and John Kelpie mentioned, for many years, both communities have collaborated, perhaps many generations ago, without the word actually knowing what it meant, on all sorts of aspects of daily life and trade and business and work and so on. But that is to speed up to today. I suppose it's been really strengthened in the last 5 to 10 years and formal agreements in place. And I think sometimes we take it for granted. John Kelpie talked about the 350,000 people. There's huge benefit to that critical mass of population. And you start seeing the scales that other places on the island of Ireland have developed from. We now have that. I think our people, they take it for granted and they expect us to be that now. They don't see the border as a barrier or a boundary. They expect both councils to work together. Sometimes they may well think they're in the same council meeting when we go to the meetings very frequently. Huge strength there, and I would say we couldn't do it on our own without the backup of both governments and the support. And they'd meet us twice a year at a very high level, and they give us that impetus to keep on going. Because sometimes you're never sure you're in the right path. You keep on going. And particularly, I'm struck by Susan's comments at the beginning about education. It's one of our main pillars as well. Even though both councils don't directly do education, we see the huge importance and bringing young people along that'll become the future, perhaps employers in the region, So we want to hold them in the region, have them educated fully within the region. And recently in Donegal, the Letterkenny Institute got university status, which helps us. They worked a lot with their counterparts in Derry and with the ETB in Donegal and your own institution in Magee in Northwest and so on. And it gives great strength, I think, that people can stay and achieve the level they want to achieve in their own locality and education.
And this is a uniquely exciting period for the region. Obviously, you've alluded to technological university status for Letterkenny and that collaboration in terms of tertiary education across the region. If you think of City Deal for Derry and Strabane going forward, the Shared Island Initiative also. Tell me a little bit about the single FDI strategy for the region and the value therein in terms of that body of work between yourself and John in both councils.
Yes, yeah, very good, Malachy. Yeah, and I suppose I'll start off by saying we're doing a piece of work jointly as well with OCO Global to actually develop our joint plan that takes the next maybe 10 to 20 years and what we need to focus on. Certainly as a single region, we always said a job in Donegal is as good as a job in Derry and vice versa. And we don't compete for those jobs. Instead, we complement each other and try and get them. And we do everything in our strength. We've seen a huge cross-border workforce for many, many years. And we're not looking to change that. And it's our job now to work with the agencies to develop the best leadership we can for the region. And I suppose it's to achieve and look at the new ways of working and what's going to be the next market leaders in the next 10 to 20 years. We want to be there. I think at times we talk about COVID-19, Brexit and all those challenges. I think all those have offered a new opportunity, perhaps the first time for our region, and we're beginning to see that, because we can now compete, and it's about actually illustrating that to the world, what we can do on our own doorstep. People are talking about people being your best asset, but the place is also important, the place along with the people. And we think we have that in abundance between the city itself and the rural centre of Donegal, what we can offer to people and to companies, and that whole life involvement of people, from your family life to education to your free time to work. We believe we have it all, and we just need to be able to sell that to the rest of
that awareness of place and that appreciation of place and identity and all of the aspects that go with that. Anna, that's a key strand of your work with Uderus, of course, as well. And how does that enhance the engagement with the diaspora in your view?
Well, I think it's very important because, a lot of the engagement with the diaspora is based on very much the idea of identity. And so the Irish diaspora has a very strong sense of Irish identity, as I'm sure is obvious to everyone. But I think it's not just about taking from the diaspora. It's also about giving back. It's about recognising who they are and also providing cultural opportunities for them to strengthen that sense of Irishness that they have. And that's something that Uderus is involved with, not just at home, but also abroad. At home, we have a centre for immigration, which has just been set up in the Connemara, for instance. And we have a number of other initiatives along the West Coast, again, that will be, established to welcome our diaspora home. So it's very important, I think. We also have, of course, online courses in Irish, online courses in areas to do with Irish culture, and I would expect that these will grow in number with the kind of recently enhanced technology and availability of technology in the area. So it's very important to support our diaspora, to help them, if you like, in their desire to be more fully Irish, to participate in Irish culture events. And that's very important to us because they're important in another sense, sometimes commercially, giving advice, giving us greater understanding perhaps of markets, and also they come with an experience of markets which we're not necessarily all that familiar with here on this side of the Atlantic. So all of these things are interdependent, whether we're talking about culture, language, economy. I think we've seen the connectedness of things over the last 2 years in a way that we never perhaps anticipated before.
Yeah, for sure. Tá sé lig fitse fuitse mar idir siad gur míle maigad as Shanana. And August, Susan, moving back to yourself in terms of the School of Medicine and your engagement there and your support thereof. Can you tell me a little bit about that experience for you as a donor also, and how you would, is that an experience you would recommend or to other US-based companies and indeed individuals with an association with this place that John and others have spoken of so eloquently earlier? Susan, I think you may be on mute.
You'd think 18 months into the pandemic, I'd have that figured out. Yeah, so I think as a donor, I think sort of the impetus for me, as I spoke about earlier, and frankly hear about from my compatriots on the line today, is it comes from a space of from whence I came, and my ancestors coming from that area, and also about what we can all do together. So, you know, the last 18 months has shown us more than ever that human health affects absolutely everybody. Nobody is on any plane differently than another person about the impact of an infectious disease. And so, you know, I really honor the hard work that physicians do to go out there and help anybody in need. And the mission and the idea that that region of the world, Northern Ireland, had a shortage of doctors, and that if a medical school is on the ground there and physicians can stay in that area and equitably help anybody in need is, you know, something that really propelled me. Yeah. But also make no mistake about it, you know, when I'm fortunate enough to be in a position to make a philanthropic donation, you know, impact really matters. And so I really believed in the people in that region that they could get this medical school off the ground, and that the first set of students going through there would indeed get a fabulous education. And that came from my many years of visiting that region and seeing that folks can really pull this together and make it happen. Yeah. So I can guarantee you in 4 short years, you're going to see a new crop of doctors out there. Yeah. I think there's 70 in the new medical school class. And I mean, I think everybody should be incredibly proud of it. And I feel like my small part to that is very exciting to me, both from the past, but also the future. You know, I think, as you mentioned, I'm a biotech entrepreneur, and all of the companies that I've helped started with what's an unmet medical need and what can research bring to that problem to solve it. Yeah, and fantastic. That's led to, excuse me?
Yeah, it's fantastic, Susan, and I'm getting the eye from the director to wrap the session up at this point. Okay. Thank you so much, Susan, Anna, and John, for your contributions this evening. And I'll leave the final word with my guest in studio here, John McLaughlin.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Mark. You know, I very much enjoyed the session. It seems too short, and there's so many more things to cover. But I think we totally value this type of engagement and our work across the sea. In America, and probably some people know I worked in California myself for 13 years, so quite familiar with the country. I think there's so many links and so many opportunities for us here, and really
we all look forward to getting back to Boston.
Yes, we look forward to getting back to Boston. I think we're only at the beginning of this journey, I think, as well, and it's our obligation to keep it going.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Gurmila Moiga Valig, August Bimajaliga Moston, Arish Dravawad, the Kajuje. Gurmila Moiga.
Gurmila Moiga Slam.
Very good.
Thank you.
Please welcome our friend, preeminent journalist in Northwest Ireland, Jean-Ann Craig. She's going to chair the next session, which is really going to look at this revived city region at the heart of Northwest Ireland. Jean-Ann Craig.
Thank you, Martin. Gurmila Mayagat, and hello everyone. Thank you for joining us for our panel discussion today on building a revived city region for a new era. I'm Jean-Ann Craig. I'm a journalist and copywriter from Derry, and I'm joined today by a great panel: Sinead McLaughlin, SDLP MLA for the Foyle constituency, and Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin TD for Donegal. Sinead, thank you for joining us. I'm going to get right in there and start with you. What does a revived city region look like to you, Sinead, and why is it so important for the Northwest?
Well, we are a very unique city region. We're the capital of a cross-border region of over 500,000 people. We are the city region that where the UK meets the EU and where the UK meets Ireland. And that gives us our uniqueness, but it's been challenging. We're a city region that has been divided, or two jurisdictions are divided, and have been for now many decades. And I think, you know, our city has a lot to offer. You know, there's significant, we already enjoy significant benefits of international companies actually locating here. And as a result of our unique position within the Northern Ireland Protocol, we are attractive an investment proposition for many businesses outside of the UK to come and invest here in Northern Ireland, because we are at that juncture, at that union of two places where we can sell into the UK market unhindered and also for goods into the EU market. So we are using the situation that we have found ourselves in relation to the UK leaving the EU as an opportunity for us to develop and revive the region further. I suppose I would say historically Derry and Donegal have been, you know, the forgotten counties by Dublin, by Belfast, and certainly by London. But there's real grounds for some economic optimism now at the moment. And in fact, recently we have seen that there has been 10,000 new growth in people actually working over the last 8 years, and that has been matched by a significant drop in the number of people that are outside the labour market. So, as I say, there's grounds for optimism, and we have further investments coming forward as we have a city deal for Derry and Strabane that is moving forward, and will have a real impact on the development of our cross-border region. You know, sometimes when we talk about the city region, I don't believe it is as ambitious as it could be, but I do think that it will become more ambitious as we get further investment from our cross-border jurisdiction, and that leaves lots of grounds for optimism.
Absolutely. Sinead, you mentioned the £250 million city deal there for Derry and Strabane, and we'll definitely discuss that a bit more later, I think, as well, because it's a very important development for the city and region. Pádraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin TD for Donegal, you're very welcome also. Pádraig, are there any projects or new developments that you would hold up as kind of shining examples of this new, revived, reintegrated city region?
Well, the Northwest Cancer Centre in Galvin Hospital in Derry is a good example of our people working together in the region. So what happened there was we didn't have radiotherapy services for patients with cancer in our region. So from a Donegal perspective, patients were having to travel down to Galway, Dublin, and indeed from Derry into Belfast. So we worked together, campaigned together, and you know, we delivered a state-of-the-art centre there. So that's an example of what we can achieve when we work together. There is also memorandums of understanding between the universities and technological colleges in the region too. So there's examples, and I also think on a cross-party, all-party basis that we want what's best for our region. Whether we are nationalist or unionist, we want all of our people to get the same opportunities as those in Belfast and Dublin on that corridor. So there are very good examples of cooperation. What we need, as Sinead said, is we need government in Belfast, Dublin and London to meet us halfway, to meet the many fantastic civic leaders we have in the region halfway, and support our propositions and our need for investment.
Absolutely. Just further on from that, Sinead, we have an incredible talent pool here in the Northwest. We've got this unique cross-border location that makes us quite an attractive USP for investors. And yet, historically, we have suffered from lack of investment in both infrastructure and employment from both governments on both sides of the border. What more specifically does need to be done, do you think, Sinead, to kind of boost jobs and infrastructure and really capitalise on this city deal that we've mentioned?
Well, I think our success lies in developing our skill base, and that has been a deficit, a long deficit within Derry City. So, but we have made headways into addressing some of those skills deficits. And we have very, very good further education colleges and on both sides of the border. And in Donegal recently, the Letterkenny Institute of Technology became a technical university, which will inspire and support jobs and skills in the entire region. So we have a campus in Derry, Ulster University, and it has extended recently as well. And the new medical school opened its doors for the first time in September. So we have definite inroads into that, and we are building constantly in and around our skills base, and we provide a very high level of quality vocational skills as well, particularly around engineering. We also we have to recognise that there's an awful lot more that has to be done in relation to the developing of the skills, but I would say that is where that investment needs to take place in our skills and in infrastructure and the connectivity here in the Northwest. We've got major road building works actually happening connecting Derry and Belfast with dual carriageways, and there's further investment projected for on road infrastructure between Derry and Dublin. But it's not happening as quick as we would like, but it is happening, and it will, help build the skills and the infrastructure for tomorrow, and help develop our proposition to wider investors.
Sinead, you mentioned there the infrastructure and the importance of the accessibility to Dublin and Donegal and that freedom of movement, if you like. Speaking of Brexit, you campaigned against it pre-referendum, and obviously we're quite vulnerable to any negative impact of it in this part of the country on the border. However, are there any kind of benefits that you can see ahead from Brexit? Any opportunities there?
Well, it's important to say that nobody ever wanted Brexit in and around, particularly the cross-border region. And I think we realised very, very quickly when the UK was holding its referendum that it would do untold damage on this island. And I remain firm on that. But in order to curtail the impact of Brexit, we have got a unique settlement here in the Northern Ireland Protocol. And that's really important because the protocol ensures that there is no border on the island of Ireland. And therefore, that flexibility and lack of barriers can allow for a non-island economy. But also the protocol allows for goods to move freely, not just north-south, but east-west. There have been particular issues around the protocol in some of the trading, particularly between the GB market and the Northern Ireland market. The EU and the UK are currently trying to overcome some of these barriers in order to make it more seamless. And if those barriers are overcome, and the EU has made a great deal of inroads in the past few weeks and offering, I suppose, a very unique settlement in relation to opening up the Irish, the GB Northern Irish border. And if we can get some form of settlement on that in the next weeks, that will allow us to have a very, very unique sale and a very unique opportunity for investors from the rest of the world to locate here and to have access, unhindered access to two markets. So Northern Ireland has actually got real opportunities, and we just need to make sure that we settle the current issues and they're settled with I suppose with the blessing of the UK and the EU. At the minute things are pretty fractious, and when that happens, obviously it doesn't lie particularly well for investors coming here. They want to see a settled political arrangement within the islands. And that's what we're looking for ultimately. We want to serve our people well as public representatives. We want to make sure that business can thrive, grow and thrive here, and that we're an attractive proposition for outward investors or inward investors that are coming here as well. And I think that will benefit our region's Pádraig in relation to Donegal and certainly Derry, because we are in that, we are in the very, very unique position that we're just sitting there on two markets, major global markets, and very attractive to investors.
Thank you, Sinead. It's a crucial few weeks and months then for this part of the world. Pádraig, Sinead there mentioned kind of unexpected opportunities that might come from something negative. We've obviously seen COVID wreak havoc globally and very difficult times worldwide. But in some ways, there might be an opportunity there for more remote locations like Derry and Donegal to tap into that kind of skyrocketing of people working from home and working remotely, and the change in shape of work and those kind of hubs of your major cities now dissipating somewhat. Is that something you see as a potential opportunity for the Northwest, Pádraig?
Well, just to take that question in a second, but it's important to convey to our American friends, who are partnered with us, our appreciation for their support for the Good Friday Agreement, the clear statements from a range of figures, be it the President of the United States, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Chairperson of the Ways and Means, where they made it clear that to the British government that there could be no hard border on the island of Ireland, or there'd be no trade deal with the United States. So I think that was absolutely vital, the role of our friends in America in protecting those of us in the border region. So what could have been an absolute disaster for our border region now has been averted. And indeed, there are opportunities, as Sinead has said. I mean, you wouldn't know that, listening to some people in politics. You would think that, we're going to have this terrible border down the Irish Sea and everything was going to be disastrous. That's not the case. And the European Union has moved to address any genuine concerns that are there. So there's a real opportunity. What's actually materialised is the people in the north of Ireland now have access to the British market and the European market, as Sinead has said. So there's a real opportunity, and we need to obviously do our best to benefit from that. Now, to address your question about broadband and the opportunity for a region, that's very, very true. There's no doubt in rural Donegal that, in the modern economy today, if you have a high-speed broadband connection to your home, you have the same work environment as somebody who lives in a city. But there's the challenge. We need to make sure that that high-speed broadband is delivered to the various rural areas of Donegal, rural West Tyrone, rural Derry. So we want to make sure that we have an equality of opportunity for all our towns and villages, and that's not quite there yet, but we are moving towards it. And in Donegal today, for example, I was at a meeting earlier where we want to work together on an all-party basis, cross-party, to make sure that the national broadband plan is rolled out to all the towns, villages, communities, so that everybody in this region has the chance to avail of the modern economy.
Absolutely, and I'm here in Gweedore in a state-of-the-art facility in a very beautiful and remote part of the world, and you know, things are moving, which is fantastic. Sinead McLaughlin, I wondered if I could ask you about how we can hang on to our fantastic talent that we do have in the Northwest. You know, we mentioned the medical school. We've got fantastic second level education here, and yet there is a quote-unquote brain drain that does occur when young people move on from second or third level education here. How do we ensure that we keep that talent in the Northwest?
Well, yes, I totally agree. One of our biggest exports has always been our young people, and that has devastated my city and our cross-border region. If you lose your young people, you lose your future. And what we need to do is stop that tide of loss, and make sure that we create a region and a place where young people want to stay and want to contribute. And I think that tide is turning, and it's turning because of the investment that has gone into the city and the region. And you know, our young people, what they want out of life is to be able to build their career and in a place that values them, and in a career in a place that they can actually have more opportunities and move on. And that is what we are currently doing. And that's the revival that is going on in Derry City cross-border region. And I think it's so important. And part of that, you know, revival is through the investment of our city region deal. And we're looking, you know, to grow our student numbers. We're looking at developing research and development around analytics, around artificial intelligence. We have a fabulous robotics school. And at the same time, you know, we are moving health and life science courses into the city region, and working very closely with the Technological University in Letterkenny in order to develop these clusters. And we have seen over the course of the pandemic that many of those that have left to seek the education outside of this island have actually chosen this moment in time to come back home and reevaluate, you know, their priorities in life. And some of those priorities are around living in a beautiful place and enjoying the outdoor space that we enjoy. We're very, very blessed in Derry and Donegal. We live in a beautiful region. I would say the most beautiful region on the island of Ireland. We have gorgeous beaches, outdoor space, greenways, all of that. So our life, you know, our lifestyle, that quality of outdoor space has really, you know, gone up in value as people have found themselves been isolated as a result of the pandemic. And people are saying, you know, I live in a beautiful place. Can I work from home and have all the benefit of that lifestyle? And they can, and they have returned with their families in their thousands to our region, and we need to keep them here, and we need to demonstrate that others don't have to leave to make good career choices or that, because they're here and they're valued, and that's what we're doing at the minute.
Sinead, as someone myself who lived away from Derry for the best part of 12, 13 years and came back with a young family, I can vouch for that there's nowhere like it. And you know, driving from Derry to Gweedore today, the scenery was absolutely breathtaking, yeah, just two of the great sort of selling points of moving back to the Northwest. Pádraig, from an investor's point of view, you know, there might be people watching from around the world today wondering, why should I invest in the Northwest? Is there anything that you would pinpoint as being our main selling points, our main unique selling points to investors, perhaps from Boston or elsewhere in the world?
Yeah, I listened to Philip O'Doherty from Derry, obviously the chairperson of Derry City Football Club, but more importantly, from a Donegal and Derry perspective, the man who's driven the story of E&I Engineer, over 1,000 jobs in Derry and Donegal. and he talked about the strength of the workforce here. You know, a really positive story. Primerica and Letterkenny is another example that grew from 18 people to 1,800 over the course of a number of years. So, you know, we have so many stories of positive leaders in West Tyrone, Derry and Donegal, both in business and in academia, in civic life. And I think that's the point that's been emphasised by both of you, the quality of life. I'm from Buncrana. It's 30 minutes from Derry City. You know, you've got the best of both worlds. You've got the beautiful seaside. You've got a city. You've got towns with all the modern amenities that you'd want. You know, you've got all the life, the theatre, the cinema, the restaurants. But you've also got the beautiful, just that huge quality of life that, I always have a sense that when people left in the past, it was so sad because they always want to come home, you know, if they can just earn a living. And that's our challenge. This is a wonderful place to live. I'm hopeful that this leveling off that comes with the modern economy, where people can, you know, work for a company in the United States or London or Asia or wherever it might be, somewhere in Europe, from Donegal and Derry, you know, from a remote location. So there is a real opportunity for our region. We've got the leaders in this region, as I say. We just need government to meet us halfway. But this is a wonderful place to live. It's a wonderful place to raise your family. If we can just get that extra bit of support to improve our infrastructure, improve the access, and to develop the educational facilities in the region. But I have every hope that if we keep working together on a cross-party, all-party basis, keep standing up for our region, that will move in the right direction. I'm really excited about the future, actually.
Thank you, Pádraig. And I think you can sense that optimism in Derry and Donegal, and that hope for the future. And Pádraig, I wondered how we mentioned the city deal. That's such a big deal for Derry and Strabane. How can Donegal capitalise on developments like that across the border?
Yeah, another good example for us in this region is the National Development Plan. That's the Irish government's plan for developing particularly the 26 counties, but it also touches on the 32 counties. And at one stage, it was very weak a couple of years ago on the language for, you know, our region. And what did we do? We worked together. We pulled together Derry City and Strabane Council, Donegal County Council, and we came up with this Northwest City region. We insisted on the key projects that needed to be delivered, and the government included those in the National Development Plan. So the city deal and the National Development Plan of the Irish government, you know, we need to just complement each other and make sure that we bring as much investment as possible into the region, you know, be it road, eventually rail, our airports, obviously our broadband infrastructure, our ports, our harbours, so, and of course our educational institutions. So there's a whole range of things, but I think we're clear. We're working together. We've got a plan for our region. And as I say, we just need central government to step up and meet us halfway. And if they do that, then I'm very excited.
Brilliant. Thank you, Pádraig. Sinead, we're winding up now, but I wondered if you could tell us what are our next steps? What do we need to do to make this revived, reintegrated, rejuvenated city region the best that it can be?
Well, I suppose it comes down to investment as well. We do need more investment from both state and from the private sector. The north of Ireland is a great place to start a new business. The northwest is a fabulous place to start and grow your business as well. So we need a strong skill base, and we need to invest in that strong skill base here in the northwest. There is a lot of regional disparity here in Northern Ireland. Investment hasn't taken place at the same level in the northwest as it has in other parts of Northern Ireland, and that has led to, you know, higher levels of unemployment, higher levels of deprivation in the economic activity. However, we are turning that around, and we're turning it around fairly significantly. but we do need more investment. And we are looking, as we are a cross-border city region, we are looking for investment from the Northern Ireland Executive, investment from Irish Government. This is a special area, a unique area, and it requires that levelling up to take place, and particularly around, as I say, the skills and the infrastructure and that connectivity piece that has been missing. And I think we're getting there. Initiatives like the City Deals are playing into that. There is a plan, there's a robust plan, and the energy of the people that live in this cross-border city region is evident, and I see it day in and day out. We are making the ask to others as well, particularly our friends in the US, to support us on our journey. It's a valuable journey. It's a good journey, and it will, help to solidify the relationships on these islands and between these islands.
Thank you, Sinead. That's a lovely note to end it on, a positive note. Thank you to our panel, to Sinead and Pádraig, for their time and their insights. And thank you to you at home for watching as well. It's an exciting period for the Northwest, and I'm sure, like me, you're looking forward to seeing what happens next for it. So, Gur míle maith, thank you.
We got new customers from all over the world.
We ship our drinks all over Europe.
I even got an order from Ecuador.
A man living in Australia.
What we definitely noticed from Buy Donegal was the actual Donegal people living in Donegal and supporting us.
We all shared each other's work using the hashtag Buy Donegal, and it's a bit like the saying, many hands make light work.
We're here at Golden Bridges to really build bridges of community, culture, commerce between Northwest Ireland and Boston, and then Greater Boston as well, and all of Massachusetts, perhaps all of New England. The next session is really going to look at how we value those transatlantic partnerships. We're delighted that the chair is Niamh Hamill. She's the Director of Study Ireland Abroad. Niamh has had a very tough COVID period, of course, because her business relies largely on bringing visitors in to study in Donegal from Irish America. That said, she's back on top. In August of this year, she brought her first group since the COVID lockdown in March 2020. She brought her first group back to Donegal. She's going to chair a session with some of the most prominent people who have been promoting transatlantic links, and among them is Mary Sugrue, CEO of the Irish American Partnership, and again a sponsor of this conference, someone who's an absolutely sterling friend of Northwest Ireland. Please welcome Niamh Hamill.
Thank you very much, Martine. It's a real honour to be here and to talk about partnerships, which is a subject close to my heart. And I'm joined by four very eminent guests, and I'm going to invite them to briefly introduce themselves, particularly in the context of partnerships. So we'll start off with ladies first. Mary, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much.
My name is Mary Sugar, and I work for the Irish American Partnership in Boston. So really, truly an organisation that does partner. We build a meaningful relationship between our supporters who want to connect back to Ireland and who want to honour their heritage in a very tangible way. We support education and community programmes across the island of Ireland. I'm delighted to join you, and I look forward to being in person with you back in Boston 1 year soon.
Thanks very much, Mary. And here in the studio, my colleague is Gary. How's it going, Gary?
Hi, Niamh. Yeah, my name's Gary Martin. I'm Director for Economic Development with Donegal County Council. One of my roles, and I suppose in the context of this, we try to build, transatlantic partnerships to support economic development, cultural development. We work closely with our colleagues in Derry City and Strabane councils, and have been over the last number of years as part of the Golden Bridges Initiative, and we're very, very happy to be here today.
Thanks, Gary, and we know each other quite well. We're local buddies. Hello, James, over in Beacon Hill.
Good afternoon, Niamh. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the City of Boston, welcome. Thank you for having me. My name is James Reginald Coleman, and I am the International Partnerships Manager for the City of Boston. My primary focus is to manage and strengthen the City of Boston international relations in the areas of friendship, trade, understanding, and cooperation. And I've enjoyed the partnership we've had with Belfast over the last few years. I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you, James, and hello to Stephen.
Hi, Niamh, and my name is Stephen Gillespie, the Director of Business and Culture within Derry City and Strabane District Council. And as Gary says, we worked for a number of years, colleagues in Donegal. Myself and Gary have led teams out to Boston, out to Philadelphia to strengthen those links, to build the connections across education, culture and business. And delighted to be here today.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Now, the subject that we're going to talk about are our transatlantic partnerships. And James, I'm going to come back to you because you're a new man in, and it's very interesting for us here in the Northwest to hear from you. What kind of partnerships do you think are important or going to be important going forward? Hello, James.
Hi. Sorry. Well, first and foremost, I'd like to see us to meet face to face. Nonetheless, if there's one thing that we've learned over the past 18 months plus, is that we can do things virtually. Although virtual meetings, virtual gatherings can never replace the face-to-face meetings, but I think that it's something instrumental that we have to learn how to do. And I think that when it comes to in the areas of education, for instance, we can do more in for instance, we can have a book club that can be done virtually to learn from one another's culture and so on and so forth.
Okay, that's very interesting. So you can see this new technology helping to add to the partnerships that we've already established in terms of travel and exchange.
Yes. And I feel that perhaps we should invest more in the technologies so that everyone can learn how to use them adequately. And then we can do things virtually, and then ultimately we'll meet face to face.
Well, I definitely couldn't agree more with you in that respect. And Gary, there have been developments in those formats with our partnerships.
Well, we have. I suppose one of the things that this whole COVID debacle has taught us is that we can do business in a different fashion. And it's fantastic to be here in this fantastic facility here today in Gweedore, the GTEC building, where we can actually, talk to the world. We can provide our services to the world. And indeed, from this building here today, we have people providing services on the east coast of the United States, people who have moved back from there and continue to do that. But as James has said, it's really, really important that we, in order to build and deepen our relationships, we do need to see each other from time to time. Technology is great, but certainly from an Irish perspective, in order to do business, you've got to see the whites of people's eyes and I suppose build that very close relationship that has stood us in great stead over the last 18 months. But like as Mary has said, we're really looking forward to seeing the folks back out on the stateside, hopefully next year.
I think we all definitely need to cross the bridge at some stage.
Exactly.
Mary, can I turn to you? Philanthropy is your thing, and can you tell me what role philanthropy will play in these partnerships that we've developed?
Oh yeah, I mean, I believe that philanthropy really helps to build a more meaningful relationship. It keeps the understanding and the exchanges open as we continue to get to know each other. I think it has the ability to keep people informed on both sides of the Atlantic of the issues we face, the successes that we celebrate, and the values that we share. The Irish diaspora in America has long played a crucial role in supporting peace and prosperity on the island of Ireland. And through the Irish-American Partnership, for instance, we're continuing to build on that tradition, connecting people back to the people and the places that they hold dear. And we really consider ourselves now a bridge of people, a dynamic grassroots organisation that's supporting local education and community programmes in Ireland. So really, by harnessing the power of the special relationship between the US and Ireland, we're honouring our heritage by investing in very tangible ways. For the partnership, our links actually to the Northwest go back to our very foundation. We were founded by Paddy Hart, a TD from Donegal, who had the vision and recognised the affinity that exists between our two places, and who really set up the organisation. And the other person that was very involved in the early years was another one, in connection to the Northwest, which was Tip O'Neill, and Tip O'Neill was our spokesperson. But just, moving on to today, we still have those relationships. I first met the people from Ulster University at Golden Bridges, and now we've been supporting the University of Ulster for a number of years now with scholarships for young people. One of the last grants that I wrote in person in the office on March 2nd was to Ramelton for the festival that they were doing with around William Campbell and the whole celebration of his life. So, there's great connections. We've just got to continue to build them. And I'll just say one more thing. On January 6th, we're celebrating Nollaig na Mán. We have an event here in Boston, and our honoree is Lisa McGee from Derry. And it's brilliant to engage our audience here in the United States in a very, real way, so that they can hear from people like Lisa on the ground who grew up in Derry, who understands Derry life, and she'll be speaking to our audience here in Boston in January. And we're very hopeful it will be in person. So anyway, I think philanthropy has a very important role to play.
Thank you, Mary. Stephen, I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about business in this post-COVID world and the challenges of Brexit. It's been a very interesting couple of years. Where do we stand on partnerships?
I suppose, it's an interesting couple of years for a number of reasons. Obviously, you mentioned Brexit and COVID have presented unique challenges to the region, but also unique opportunities. Where we sit, we've always felt that we have a unique position as the only city region that is split between Europe and the UK. It has a unique relationship with both jurisdictions, and it presents opportunities for economic development where companies wish to be located either in the UK, in Europe, or in both. And that presents that, where we sit geographically presents that opportunity. COVID has shown that location, in terms of being physically located in an office, isn't necessarily the be-all and end-all. And that remote working, that ability to lift your office and take it home and still continue to do your job, has proven very successful in a number of ways. And what we now offer is a unique sort of, in terms of quality of life proposition, which allows you to trade in several different markets, to enjoy the quality of life that Donegal and Derry have to offer, but also have that digital connectivity, which is so important, to be able to have platforms such as this, to be able to broadcast to the world, to be able to do your business across many geographical locations without necessarily being geographically located there. So what previously may have been a challenge in terms of our remoteness is now actually, we believe, a strength in how we sell the region and how we sell going forward and how we generate that economic wealth that we all want to do.
I think that's very true. I think if I got $1 for everyone who asked me in the last 3 years, how do you get to move to Donegal or to the Northwest, I'd be a wealthy lady. James, Mary spoke there about a lot of the very generous work that goes on for systems that are here in Ireland. And you and I spoke very briefly about educational programs in the US and the partnerships that we could offer in those terms, particularly to the community colleges. Is there anything you'd like to say to develop that?
Well, yes, indeed. as you know, tomorrow we're going to have a new mayor that will swear in. Mayor Wu will swear in tomorrow in Boston. And I believe that we can do so much more with the Boston public school system, whether it's at the high school level or at the college with the community colleges. We definitely need to develop more programs that involve the digital connectivity that we all have been talking about. If there's one thing that the pandemic has done is bring us closer, to be honest, because we're learning to do things differently. But I know that the people to people will never replace digital connectivity will never replace the people to people meetings. But that's a start. We can start with that by perhaps starting, as I mentioned, a book exchange program with some of the schools on the other side of the Atlantic.
And I'm going to bring Gary back in here because I explained earlier that I had learned that you're a man of many titles, but there are a lot of things up and coming that have good potential for our partnerships. Would you like to speak about those?
Well, look, we have a range of collaborations that I suppose we hope to develop further. We have very good, long-term relations with the City of Boston, and I suppose it would be remiss today not to welcome and congratulate Michelle Wu, the new mayor of Boston. I think by the time this is broadcast, she'll be in her seat in City Hall, and we look forward, as we would have looked forward to meeting Mayor Walsh when he was in situ, and meeting with the mayor when we visit again, as we do with a lot of our City Council colleagues out there, Councillors Baker and Edwards in Districts 2 and 3 in particular, who'd be very good friends of ours in Donegal. And I suppose what we try to do is we try to identify areas of common cause. In other words, where, for example, are there areas that we can learn from Boston and Massachusetts, and where Boston and Massachusetts can learn from us. And we've had actually quite a number of interesting programmes, particularly in the area of apprenticeships and traineeships, where our colleagues in the Education and Training Board would have spoken to their colleagues in Boston to outline a number of programmes that can assist people to, I suppose, develop their skill sets and to give them real strong opportunities for employment. And in a similar vein, when we've been out there, we've spoken to a number of the folks in the various universities like UMass and Harvard, and we've lots of good friends there as well. And we're constantly trying to identify where those prospective opportunities are going forward, and we certainly look forward to doing that over the next period of time as well.
Great. Mary, I'm going to ask you, it has been a challenging few years in terms of lots of things, the politics, the pandemic and everything else. Has it changed anything about the way we have to approach partnership?
Oh yes, I think for sure. I mean, I think communication is paramount in a mutually beneficial relationship. I mean, we have to communicate the needs on the ground, the interests of our supporters from the partnerships perspective. I mean, we're always educating our people about the issues that are happening on the ground, both here in Ireland and are both here in the United States and in Ireland. We provide forums for visiting leaders from Ireland to speak to our supporters here. Again, making sure that the communication is open, making sure that everybody understands from our perspective, the donors' wishes plus the needs of the communities in Ireland that we're supporting. And the other area I think that's really important, which we encourage, is on the tourism and the benefit of tourism, and especially for a region like the Northwest. I mean, any event that we ever host in Boston, we're always encouraging our supporters to go back to Ireland, continue to keep Ireland on your list of places, because I think it's really important. It's an important industry, and especially in rural areas. So I think it's about the soft power of people and working together and bringing people together.
Mary, you and I were talking the other day about our connection with Stonehill College. And as you know, a family member of mine worked out there, but because of that, my grandmother, who comes from Mulladuff, ended up sitting beside Joe Malone from Fáilte, Ireland. This is years and years ago. And, she rarely moved outside of the Rosses. But she ended up at this fancy event anyway, and she was a bit nervous. And she found herself beside Joe Malone, and Joe Malone said to her, why would people go to Donegal? What is it about Donegal in the Northwest? Why would tourists go there? And she just turned around to him and she said, because we like people. And I think, you know, we talk about the partnerships and the business element and politics and education, but ultimately, would you agree that that is what the Northwest brings? We like people. People will enjoy themselves. They'll be happy. They'll be well taken care of when they come into this part of the country.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. I mean, my goodness, I mean, you know, certainly Irish Americans take great pride in their heritage, and when they visit, I mean, you know, they just find it's the authenticity, it's just the friendship, it's the way, and again, it's about that what we talked about. It's the values that we share, and just how much we understand each other, because we've had a long historic relationship between our two nations, and I think we just, you know, that all this events like this, we have to continue to build that and not let it slip away.
And we've also seen an extension of that. I mean, not just Irish Americans, but there are lots of visitors who come here now that I can identify with aspects of the narratives of Ireland without, you know, necessarily having the DNA. And I think these are relationships we'll also develop in terms of business and education politically. You know, we have a diaspora of affinity also. Do you have any thoughts on that, Stephen?
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, whenever we're working in any area, but particularly in the States, we work in three kind of aspects of it: education links, cultural links, and economic links. So the education links are about our various universities or colleges linking up and sharing that education, sharing that best practice, but also sharing students. So students have the opportunity in both areas. The cultural links are very deep and are almost the easiest thing that we have to offer, and it's very well understood. And then that leads to then how do we develop those economic links, which are always that bit more challenging and have to show the mutual benefit for both regions. But ultimately, that's where we want to get to. But they don't work mutually exclusively. They all work together, and sometimes you never know when the student who attended a course and studied for a year in either area comes back as an adult in a later time with a business idea or something they want to do. So they're all interlinked, and that partnership, that interlinking of all those various aspects to our program of work is vital to ultimately creating the long-term partnership.
Absolutely, and I think, Gary, you're very lucky now in the Northwest. There are so many opportunities from an educational point of view. We have exciting things happening.
Yeah, I think, and Stephen and I, we work very closely in this. When we talk about the Northwest region, what we're really telling people is about the depth of talent that we have here. So we're not drawn from a pool drawn from Donegal or drawn from Derry. There's a really huge deep pool of talent. But don't believe us. Just look at the businesses that have decided to establish here, and not just establish here, but have grown here and continue to grow here because it really works for them. And when you marry that alongside, I suppose, all of the good things that we know that we have in Donegal, you know, from the beautiful coastline to the very great quality of life, it's a really, really compelling proposition, you know, that we can sell to the folks. And that's why, you know, we work so closely together. And we do get a very strong resonance, you know, when we are abroad talking to the people about that. And sometimes we think that people should know about it, but we got to tell them. You know, we really have to work hard to tell them, because, you know, on the outside people say, oh gosh, that's a rural area, but we're not. We've got all the strengths of a large city area, but all the benefits of a rural area as well. And it's a really, really interesting proposition for people to think about.
Absolutely, and I think James is the man who doesn't know what we're talking about yet, because you haven't been here.
No, I have not, unfortunately, but that's something in the very near future. But I have a lot of friends that have been going to Ireland to that area on their spring breaks instead of going to the Caribbean or other places. So we're seeing a movement of that. As you mentioned, our most important asset are the people. Yeah. And we are a lot more alike than we think, actually. So we have to keep on spreading the stories of the great stories that we have to share with one another.
Well, as we said, James, you won't know until you actually put your feet on the ground over here and see it for yourself. But we certainly hope that in your position and our new mayor, that you will investigate all of the potential and possibilities that we have, because we are working very hard to make sure that there are plenty good relationships here and available to you. So hopefully you'll be booking that airline ticket before long.
Definitely. Looking forward to it.
Okay, well, Thank you so much, everybody, for attending. We'll wrap it up now. I just want to give the opportunity to each of you to finish up with, again, maybe just an overview of what partnership, this transatlantic partnership, means to all of us. So, Stephen, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we can't stress the importance of this enough. I mean, this has been going on for a number of years. It gets deeper and deeper every year. I say the pandemic aside, we haven't allowed it to fester in the background, to drop off, to cease. We've made sure we've put the effort in to ensure those links are continued, and we can't wait to get back out to see James and his new colleagues in person, and to make those connections, and ultimately to develop our proposition for the region. So thank you very much today.
Thank you very much. Gary?
Yeah, look, it's about building and maintaining relationships, isn't it? You know, and at one level, that's the hardest thing in the world to do. You know, it's the easiest thing in the world to send somebody a spreadsheet and say, look at this brilliant business plan, read it, you know, and believe. But you really have to put in the shoe leather. You've got to spend the time and building that trust and building that understanding. And it's taken many, many years, you know, to actually do that, to the point now where, you know, most of the folks that we deal with, they're our friends as well as our colleagues. And as Stephen said, look, we look forward to really, I'm really looking forward to meeting the folks again in person. And apart from the business, just getting to see everybody he's been getting on over the last 18 months. So yeah, look, that's what 2022 means to me. And look forward to seeing all the guys in Boston again at some stage next year. Hopefully sooner rather than later.
I think everybody here is absolutely dying to get back to the airport for sure. Yeah. Mary?
Oh yeah, I mean, for over 35 years, you know, the Irish-American Partnership, we've been very committed, you know, and dedicated to connecting Irish-American Friends of Ireland back to Ireland. And we will continue to do that work and, you know, to honour our heritage in a tangible way. You know, we'll be doing it for a long time, and we're looking forward to welcoming everybody back to Boston and also to going back to the Northwest too.
Well, thank you so much to my charming guests. It was a very interesting conversation. Transatlantic partnership in safe hands by all accounts. So we'll say good afternoon to you from GTEC in Gweedore. Slán agus gur míle maigh.
Golden Bridges would be incomplete without a contribution from Sean Moynihan, certainly one of our strongest friends for Northwest Ireland in Boston. And Sean's going to chair a panel looking at innovation, and Northwest Ireland is a hotbed of innovation. We're going to hear about the work that has been going on to ensure the talent here is well represented in the tech and digital worlds, and also the emerging new university in Donegal, and of course the great work going on at University of Ulster. Please welcome our dearest friend in Boston, Sean Moynihan.
We are a cybersecurity specialist company. We've developed a solution for the insurance industry to help quantify cyber risk in small businesses.
We chose Donegal because of my family ties and the county's rich distilling legacy.
And we're here because of the diverse talent that is available to us in Donegal, along with the rich ecosystem of other technology companies who have chosen Donegal to become their home.
Ian Engineering came here in 2003. Quality of the people, education of the people, and the work ethic that has probably made our business successful more than any other factor.
The Donegal has the perfect mix of a modern infrastructure, a young educated workforce, a unique sense of place, and a strong cultural identity.
We've had fabulous support from CoLab, LYIT and Enterprise Ireland in accessing funding streams, development opportunities and accessing international markets and networks.
TCS is a global leader in IT services, consulting and business solutions. It's one of the largest private employers in Donegal.
We would strongly recommend this area as a location for any inward investment.
Okay. Good morning or good afternoon to everyone, depending upon what side of the pond you are. My name is Sean Moynihan. I'm an attorney and consultant here in Boston. I've had the pleasure of being involved with Golden Bridges for over 10 years now, and Marcin and Conla kicked this off in Boston back in 2009. I'm thrilled to be able to chair this panel because the issues that we're going to be discussing have basically put the northwest of Ireland on the proverbial map, European hub and destination point for innovators and advancements in technology. So what I'm going to do is provide a very brief intro to these great folks who are here with us today, and I'm going to help try to facilitate an interactive discussion that I know people are going to enjoy. But we thank you all very much for being here. I'm going to start out with the ladies first. I'm happy to introduce Elaine Smith, who's here on behalf of Catalyst Northern Ireland. Elaine is the director of the innovation community for Catalyst, which is a tech hub providing workspace to over 170 innovation companies in the area. And we also have Ashlyn Brady. She's here to talk about the partnership between MEGA and the University of Ulster. MEGA stands for Manufacturing and Engineering Growth and Advancement. And we really appreciate her coming on kind of at the last minute here to fill in for Maria Curran, who couldn't make it. So Ashlyn has basically saved that portion of the panel discussion for us. And a very familiar face for those involved in Golden Bridges is a veteran of Golden Bridges, Paul Hannigan. Paul has been a constant supporter and participant in Golden Bridges. He's been president of the Letterkenny Institute of Technology since 1998. They've loved him so much, they reappointed him 3 times. He hasn't aged a bit. I don't know what the story is there, Paul. But we're thrilled to have him. And last but certainly not least is our friend Peter Devine, who is the Director of Strategic Partnerships for the Derry Strabane City Deal, and in partnership specifically with the University of Ulster. So welcome to you all. I'm going to kick it off here. Start out with Peter. So there's a quick aside story. Peter and I met back in 2009. I was on a trade mission with the Boston Irish Business Association. And at the time, Peter was heading up the Intelligent Systems Research Center at McGee College. And he was working with robotics, and we went into this lab type of room, and he's talking about artificial intelligence and how these robots are being made, and all of this is going over my head as a lawyer. And then I'm looking, talking to a few other participants, look over, and there's a robot following Peter around. And another one doing things that you only think a human being could do. So he's had some interesting roles. But today, Peter, tell us about Derry Strabane City Deal, which is really, from what I understand, a huge influx of resources and opportunities with regeneration and innovation projects, and then specifically with your partnership with U Ulster. Let you take it.
Thanks very much, Sean, for that very nice introduction. I remember well your visit. We had a very nice time. So, like a city deal is really game changing. It's a once in a lifetime investment to sort of supercharge the economy, and really, it's central government making an investment in the regions. So they pump an initial investment into a region. This has been happening across England for about a decade now. So all the major cities across England have had a city deal. And then Scotland had its turn, Wales had its turn, and finally it became the turn of Northern Ireland. So Northern Ireland have already announced a city deal for Belfast region. And then next up was Derry and Strabane city region. And then there are 2 more in the pipeline for other areas of Northern Ireland. But to focus on the one in Derry and Strabane, it's a £250 million investment. So it's a really large investment, and central government make this investment in the hope that they will get a return on that investment in terms of increased economic activity. So higher gross GVA, higher number of people in jobs, people in better jobs, paying taxes, less welfare and healthier, more economically productive citizens is really the purpose of city deals. Important to remember that government will inject the money at the start, but then we have to bring the innovation to have that economic impact, Sean.
So it'd be similar to a venture capital deal, where folks are they have an initial funding round, and we'll see where things go.
I think the difference is that governments are a little bit more patient. So the return on investment is planned over the next 10, 20 years. So they're long-term investments, and they're a bespoke package for each city deal. And then, what the university brings in partnership with the colleges and with the council is the innovation part, that building upon our great, fantastic history of research that you alluded to there, Sean. And I can go into a little bit of detail on the projects now, or if you prefer, we touch on that later. That's fine.
It's really up to how you guys want to go forward. You can talk about them now, or if we want to come back.
John, I'd like to hear yours now, because it really links so well with what industry you're saying. It would be good to hear everything that you have to say to be able to kind of link with you.
Yes.
Want to take it away, Peter?
Yeah, so sure. I can give, without going into details, a very, very brief history. So that 250 million is made up of a large part of regeneration projects. So it's infrastructure, and changing the fabric of the city. And a large part of it is the innovation project. So if I just sort of focus on what's funded out of the innovation, digital and health side of things, one of the big and well-known ones is the School of Medicine. So we've been working on this for a very, very long time. And finally, we launched this year at Ulster University's Magee campus, the School of Medicine. So it's addressing the ongoing medical workforce shortage. We have a big shortage of GPs, and launching a medical school here is just fantastic news. There's another 3 projects that are there led by Ulster, and they're the innovation projects, if you like. And they're really all born out of our legacy of fantastic research. The first one is the Thrive. It's the transformation for healthcare research and innovation and value-based ecosystem. A very large name, but it's basically taking our personalized medicine research and bringing it out into sort of the public, where companies can take advantage of this. A really interesting part of that is the idea of a community healthcare company. So we've got guys working on personalized medicine, understanding the DNA and the genome, and creating treatments that are specific to people. We're going to get the whole of the city engaged in this by having a sort of credit union type model where citizens can give over their healthcare data, and in return they receive the benefits of that in better healthcare and new products and services. That's, I guess, building upon our personalized medicine research group. The other 2 projects are born out of the group that you visited before, Sean. That's the Intelligent Systems Research Centre. So we have a 20+ year history of doing biologically inspired intelligent systems. Really AI, artificial intelligence and data analytics. We called it many different names, but that's essentially what it is. And the 2 projects that are coming out of that are CIDRA, that's the Centre for Industrial Digitization, Robotics and Automation. I'm sure, actually you'll be very, very aware of this. It's all about Industry 4.0, about the change in the way we produce things, the introduction of robotics and automation. And, some people fear, oh dear, this is the end of jobs and we're going to reduce jobs. But of course, to remain competitive and to create manufacturing into the future, you have to introduce automation and robotics. And with our legacy of robotics that you saw all those years ago, Sean, we can really contribute to that. And then the other project is CARB, the Cognitive Analytics Research Lab. And, that's the project that I personally am leading up, and it's very close to my heart. And that is artificial intelligence and data analytics applied to all sectors, and I think this is where we can really do something different, because, the leader of our group is Professor Damien Coyle. He recently received a Turing Fellowship, which is a fantastic accolade. We are doing groundbreaking research on artificial intelligence and data analytics. And what CARB will allow us to do is to bring that out into industry where it can have economic impact. And that's the real exciting thing. The final thing I would say is that what's really good about the deal is the real joined up thinking that we are doing. So if you think about all the things that I just said, their card is artificial intelligence and data analytics. It's an underpinning technology, and we can use that and apply it in CIDRA, in industrial automation and robotic automation. We can apply it in Thrive, in healthcare research and in personalized medicine. And we can apply it, in the medical school and changing the pedagogics of how we teach medicine. And then Council are doing projects like Smart Cities, where we will contribute to that as well. But the important thing, I guess, to grasp is that it's building on our strengths. We have real research strengths in this area, but we are aligning those with strategic priorities. So we're looking at the UK industrial strategy. There's 4 pillars there. One is AI and data analytics. We're looking at things like the AI sector deal. We're looking at the North-South strategy. We're looking at the 10X economy that has come out from the Northern Ireland Assembly recently. And we're aligning our research strengths with what industry is looking for, together with these sort of long-term strategic projects. And I think that joined upness is a real strong point, I think, of the city deal.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and it's great to hear that the Northwest is finally getting the attention, certainly, that it deserves. Ashling, let's talk about another partnership with the University of Ulster involving manufacturing and apprenticeships, because that's just as critical as anything else. I know that one of the focuses was including and promoting women in the apprenticeship. So maybe you give us an idea about these programs, and also with regards to STEM and engineering, because this is really a global concern with regards to engineers. Are we going to, where are they going to come from? And we really need to put some focus back on STEM.
Yeah, that's really a worry, Sean. I think that every company that we're working with, I think I should go back a little bit and actually explain who MEGA are. Okay, so MEGA stands for Manufacturing, Engineering, Growth and Advancement. Now, that was actually set up and funded initially by InvestNI and Mid-Ulster Council. Why? Because 40% of the world's crushing and screening equipment actually comes from this tiny part of Northern Ireland. So at the moment, MEGA were funded initially by those two, but we've really gained so much credibility within InvestNI and really the industry. We now represent 66 companies, and that's just in Mid-Ulster. Every single company we were speaking to all had the same problem. They cannot get people into the industry. So the purpose of MEGA is really to promote those, well, first of all, the opportunities at all levels. At the minute, there are 600 jobs available in Mid-Ulster alone within the manufacturing companies that we represent. That's a massive figure, and that's represented across the whole of Northern Ireland. Out of this, and talking again strategically, this was industry that they by themselves as an individual company really have no leverage. So MEGA has created that platform for industry to come together and have a much stronger voice. So whenever all of the companies shared all of the problems and all of the woes from the very lowest level right to the highest level, they cannot get anybody attracted to the industry. So part of the problem is that with welders, they can't get welders. So that's leading us really straightforward into 4.0. So we really need now to start investing in the higher level, the more academic, where apprenticeships are associated with lower unskilled. We are now working with Ulster University. This is through all of the conversations with industry. We decided we needed a degree apprenticeship to be able to work from the top down, to be able that we have got degree level students coming out, working for industry, understanding all of the problems and coming up with real solutions. Why did we choose to go with Ulster University and Magee, and it is back to what Peter had said really about the city deal. You know, the fact that CIDRA is going to be there as a centre for industry for robotics and automation. That's why industry have chosen to work in the Northwest. Really, we see this as being as critical as a climate change in terms of need. You know, there's so many aspects of this that needs to be dealt with. We don't have staff. We don't have people coming up with new ideas, being inspired by being inspired to really design new machines, even that work greener. We need to be aware of the fact that these machines are going out to parts of the world. We want to be aware of their carbon footprint. There is also another aspect of this, that if we don't get the people to weld at the lowest level in terms of making the machinery, the companies are going to manufacture elsewhere in the world. We're going to lose a whole industry. So all of this has created the perfect storm for industry. We cannot get anyone to work. We can't get anybody into the industry. We're trying to attract people in all the time with different things like 4-day weeks that have been introduced with some of it in the industry. But the whole problem is really STEM, and this is going to the same problem that every other country has in the world about attracting young people in. So the Ulster University with the degree apprenticeship, which is a level 6, it doesn't cost the young people anything to pursue this method of getting a degree. They can get the exact same degree but pay handsomely for it, maybe up to 30,000. Whereas if they choose to go through the degree apprenticeship that we have designed with Ulster University, they basically come in, they get a full degree after 4 years. They haven't incurred any debt, and through those 4 years, they've actually worked with industry, helping them to strategize for those lower level jobs that they cannot attract young people into, like the dirtier jobs, like for example, welding. This is where the robots come in. And at the minute, we don't have that specialism. So we're looking even at the likes of America, and we're saying, we see that there is so much, you're so much further ahead of us certainly in some areas of robotics. So we'd be very interested that industry really want to create links, not just with the Northwest, but also further to Boston. We would love the opportunity to create further programs and be able to link with you, but we really need assistance here in Northern Ireland from the rest of the world to bring a specialism here that we don't have at the moment.
Yeah, that's interesting. Just briefly, I love the idea of, there's been a lot of talk here in America with regard to debt, and that certain programs, certain students just can't weather the storm, so to say. But also what you were describing with regard to almost like an internship and a job afterwards. Northeastern University here in Boston, they have a 50-year program after the 4th, because what they do is integrate an internship internship where the students actually go to the companies, they make money, and it's added to their credits. So I think that it sounds like there are some great opportunities, certainly for a connection, and it's very clear how passionate you are in what you're doing and how important.
The other aspect of this is that there's so much to tell you that probably have muddled it all together, but we're also very aware that traditionally, especially within engineering, it hasn't been seen as a female maybe option for some girls. So we were very, very passionate in the design of the degree apprenticeship that we made this as female friendly as we possibly could. So you basically, in a normal apprenticeship, you're usually on the shop floor for a number of days per week, and we're really looking for the top students to pursue this. This isn't just a normal apprenticeship. The young people are going to have a minimum of 3 Bs at A level. This year, we've had students with 3 As apply and get in this year. We're so amazed at the quality of student. So we also want to tap into not just females, but females who are exceptionally bright, who might go into other things like medicine, which is also really, really important. But this is critical. What we're doing is absolutely critical in keeping this industry alive in Northern Ireland. So it's very female friendly, and we've created it in such a way that some young person at home, their parents aren't saying, actually, you can't do that because you're going to be working manually for 4 days a week. We have stripped all of that out. In the first year, this is a completely new model of a apprenticeship. In the first year, they're basically in university full time. So we really have tried to remove as many barriers to participation for all genders, really to enter the industry.
That's great. It's great to hear. Why don't we stick with the education and the student subject matter. Paul, you guys have received some great news recently with your university, IT Sligo, GMIT, and I know Udaras, our friends, Michael Heaney and the rest of the team have been involved in this and approved for a designation as a technological university, if I'm getting that right. Can you, and I guess that runs from Donegal all the way down to Galway, from what I understand. Can you tell us about, for folks on this side of the pond, what technical university status means, and then how's this going to be able to help grow certainly the educational initiatives, but then also the jobs and the economy for region?
Yeah, thanks very much, Sean, and thanks very much for the congratulations. We're really excited about the developments happening in the next year. I suppose if you look over my shoulder, you can see that from LYIT's perspective, we're 50 years old this year. It was set up in 1971, 2 campuses, one in Letterkenny and one in Killybegs. But we've been working with our partner colleges in IT Sligo and Galway Mayo Institute of Technology for the last 9 years in terms of bringing forward a proposal for the 3 of us to merge as a technological university. Now, there were a lot of bumps on the road at different stages through that, but this is a move through the higher education strategy in the Republic of Ireland and supported by government right around the country, where institutes of technology could come together and merge to become technological universities. And it's happening in the Southeast, the Southwest, the Midlands and Midwest, and also in Dublin. So, instead of having 14 institutes of technology, you're going to be down to around 5 technological universities. And the whole basis of it is to bring the capacity and the strength of the institutions together to make us stronger institutions, to give us greater scale in terms of our engagement with industry, and to make sure that we contribute even further to the regions that we actually work in. So, in 2018, you had legislation coming forward to set up the technological universities. Over the last 3 years, we've been really involved in meeting the various standards that are required to get us over the line with that. And we met with an international panel. We made a submission in May, we met with an international panel in July, and their report went to the minister in October. So it was a really positive report back from ourselves and really strong commendation of the work that has been done so far. And we look forward to designation as a technological university in early 2022. New governing body, new president, and everything will be set up in advance of that. And talking about when you mentioned our collaboration with Michael Heaney and Udaras na Gaeltachta, we've just signed an MOU with Udaras in the last couple of weeks. And we also have similar relationships with Donegal County Council as well, which is really looking at strengthening the collaboration between the bodies, public sector bodies, I suppose, within the region, and ensuring that we contribute positively to the development of the region as a result of that. And I suppose working with Peter and working with Elaine as well in terms of Catalyst, we've been working very closely with Ulster University over the years, but in the last 3 years, we've set up what we call a cross-border Northwest cross-border cluster for tertiary education, which includes Ulster University ourselves, Donegal Education and Training Board, and also Northwest Regional College. So it goes right from, secondary school provision through the Donegal ETB apprenticeships, right through Northwest Regional College, right up to PhD level. Across the 2 institutions, which will ultimately be the technological university now next year as well. So I suppose in the context of this region, I think we're indebted to the councils on both sides of the border. And I know, Sean, you've been involved as we've visited there regularly as a group from this region for the establishment of the Northwest City region. I think that's been really important in terms of the development of this whole space. It's well accepted by government that that's a really well established cluster at the moment in terms of all kinds of activity. But it's the 2 local authorities that are really led out on it, and it's given us an opportunity to play in a distinct region then in terms of setting up the tertiary education cluster within that city region, and also making sure that it's recognised in national development plans, etc. as well. So that's been really important for us. And I suppose in the context of Brexit, which other people will discuss this at other aspects in the conference, and there's very little positive to be said about it. But from my perspective, what it did do was it brought a political focus back on the border. And the political focus back at the border has been really helpful to us in terms of making arguments that we were making in a vacuum before this. So I think, people recognise the border is there, but also recognise that we want to get on to work as though it's not there. And I think, by bringing the political focus back in on that has made it easier to do that. from an innovation perspective, some of the things that Peter has made reference to, we're involved in terms of the artificial intelligence work that's going on. We have a research project going with Peter and his colleagues at the moment. We have other proposals coming forward as well with the university, which is trying to balance up against the city deal, if you like, from a Donegal perspective. You know, we look jealously at the money that's going into Derry. In order for the city region to prosper, there's a necessity for that to be balanced on the side of the border as well. So we're involved in all sorts of negotiations with various government departments, etc., to try and progress that. And obviously, the strength of the technological university is a big thing in making that happen. The geographic area we cover is huge. You know, you from Donegal down to Galway. You know, we're going to have an institution of 22,000 students, 2,500 staff. You know, it's a massive change from. We're going to be going from one of the smaller institutes of technology to become one of the bigger technological universities when this happens. Right. So hopefully that'll bring the weight with us in terms of making that happen. And you know, I'm delighted that Elaine is on the call here because we've done an awful lot of work with Catalyst as well in terms of our innovation centre on campus CoLab. With the last extension we built to that back in 2015 was really down to work we were doing with Catalyst at the time.
Why don't we shift Catalyst? Elaine, Derry has made so many great advancements over the past 10 years. Can you tell us some more about the Innovation Center? Is it more of a support type of situation that you guys provide for companies there? Are you involved directly with innovative programming and projects? I know Paul just mentioned that you guys have worked together. Can you give us some more perspective?
Sure. Yeah, just for anyone who doesn't know what Catalyst is, so we're a not-for-profit technology hub across 3 different locations in Northern Ireland. And of course, we have our innovation centre in the Northwest in Derry in Fort George. We've got about 25 companies, over 300 people generally coming to work there, maybe not over the last 18 months, but before the pandemic, there certainly would have been hundreds of people coming in and out of the Innovation Centre in Derry, which was great. And we were really starting to build such a strong community there, not only with the startups and the earlier stage companies, but right through to the larger companies that are on our campus as well. So Catalyst, we, as a not-for-profit, we take the surplus from the income from our workspace and we invest it in entrepreneurial support for not just our tenant companies, but for entrepreneurship in that area, whether it's Ballymena, Belfast, or in fact, Derry, which has been amazing over the last number of years. And as Paul and Peter will know, we've really upped our activity in Derry, and we've been able to support new entrepreneurship, new innovation, right from young people through the schools, working with school leaders within schools, really trying to transform the learning communities within the schools in the area around Derry to embrace innovation as the norm and to create this experience for their young people. We have run our co-founders program, which has allowed people to have a go at entrepreneurship, folks that are working in their 9-to-5 jobs thinking, I'd love to be part of something more creative. I'd love to be involved in a startup, and it allows people to form teams. And we've seen several new startups come out and be created as part of the co-founders program. But co-founders, it isn't just about creating new companies, it's giving more and more people that entrepreneurial experience. And as you know, for any innovation district, we need more and more entrepreneurs, and we need innovation to be just part and parcel of the culture. And Peter described lots of exciting innovation happening at the university, which is fantastic. And we want to see that just overflow, that mindset, that creativity, the opportunity to solve problems and come up with new business ideas, just to be the norm within the Derry region. And we're seeing that change. We want to do more in that area. We also support companies to get to scale, because we know that when we see more and more Indigenous companies get to that 10 million, 20 million turnover, that 100 million market cap, that's a game changer for any area. And it will encourage talent to stay in that area. It will attract talent to return to that area. It will attract global talent because the opportunities that those local companies will provide in the areas of really exciting innovation, whether that's personalized medicine, whether it's robotics, other areas of AI and data analytics. So for us, we're supporting those CEOs of the companies that are on that pathway to scale. And for the last number of years, we've been able to take 10 CEOs over to MIT to join the Entrepreneur Development Program with Bill Ollett. And the 10 CEOs join with 90 CEOs from right across the globe. And that experience, I'm not joking, it really has been transformational for those businesses. And we've been able to track the progress of those businesses post that experience. And we're seeing that not only does their ambition rise, but you can see it in their growth in revenues, in job creation, and investment raised. So for us, it's really trying to support more entrepreneurship through the programs, but also more companies getting to scale so that that multiplier effect can be worked out and experienced in the region. So that's a combination of our innovation center in Derry, which is creating that on-campus community, but also, as already it has been mentioned with Paul and with Peter, those relationships with the universities, with LYIT, are so fundamental to keep innovation forefront in businesses and new businesses as well.
Yeah, there's clearly a theme here, and it's really encouraging, and I'm sure we could talk a lot longer about this, but it's just so encouraging to see how passionate, the four of you are, and how that passion, I'm sure, is just exponentially moving through the northwest of Ireland. And the passion that you have is coming across very clearly in this. Sounds like there's a concise plan to go forward, which is, that's why this started. That's why we've been doing, Golden Bridges for the past 10 years. So we have to wrap up. Everybody, thank you so much for being with us. As I said, I was so happy to chair this panel. I wasn't disappointed, and I don't think anybody that's going to be participating this year will be. Stay safe, and hopefully we'll see each other in person sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks, Sean.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
The kids have been everywhere. Orlando, Spain, France, the Canary Islands, but I've never taken them on a proper Irish holiday. They think adventure is somewhere you go on a plane, that there's nothing exotic in Ireland, that magic happens in other countries, that you can't have a beach day in Ireland. It's time to show them that the best adventures start on our own doorstep in Donegal.
Sin muid mar sin, slán le cógáil fiche híon in the Dryhead Orga. That looks like it's very close to closing time here at the Golden Bridges 2021. We're going to have a parting glass shortly from Eamon McConville from the Northern Ireland Bureau in Washington, D.C. And of course, the Northern Ireland Bureau again have been wonderful sponsors and supporters and promoters of Golden Bridges since its inception. And also Lisa Moore, who is the Consul General of Ireland in Boston. And they're going to give us a few parting words, a parting glass, as it were. That gives me an opportunity to say thanks to all the sponsors who made Golden Bridges 2021 possible. Those sponsors, of course, are led by the two councils, by the Donegal Council and by the Derry City and Strabane District Council. And of course, their joint enterprise is known as Gateway to Growth. But also our thanks to Ulster University, to Údarás na Gaeltacht, to Carfáiltear and Shaw GTAC, our friends in Tourism Ireland, Invest Northern Ireland, who we heard from earlier, of course, the Northern Ireland Bureau, who we're going to hear from, GTAC itself, and of course our charity partner, the Irish American Partnership. So, Wúin Shaw and Gaeltacht here Connell, Gajiga Gassimuj Arishliv, Lakela and Moston, Chak Lakela at Bidger is Splodry, it was Rienti, Vesogin, Gukon Awad, and Moston Irvian Shogin. So, until we have the mother of all reunions next October or November in Boston, let me sign off from Golden Bridges 2021, and God spurs us all. We'll see you in Boston at the end of 2022. Gura Ced Maithagh.
Hello everyone, I'm Eamon McConville, Deputy Director of the Northern Ireland Bureau here in Washington DC. I'm delighted that the Bureau's long-standing connection to the conference continues again this year, and I suppose it really is connections that are at the heart of the Golden Bridges Conference, both regionally between Donegal County and Derry City and Strabane councils, and across the Atlantic between the northwest of Ireland and Boston, Massachusetts. The past 20 months have been incredibly difficult on a whole range of levels for families, businesses, cultural organisations and artists, and academic institutions and their students, so the strength of connections between us has never been more important. During last year's conference, we heard how organisations and individuals had adapted their businesses in response to the pandemic. But this year there's been a clear focus on looking forward to the future with optimism and confidence. And that optimism and confidence was captured in the words of Minister McConnell Logue at the beginning of today's conference, and that followed on from the opening remarks by Councillor Jack Murray, Mayor of Donegal County Council, Councillor Graham Wark, Mayor of Derry City and Strabane Council, and Suffolk County District Attorney Rachel Rollins, which really set the tone for today's conference. And of course, there's much to underpin the optimism that was so evident from those key speakers. The Northern Ireland Executive's announcement earlier this year of the Derry and Strabane City Deal and Inclusive Fund, along with the commitments to the Northwest in the Irish Government's National Development Plan, will help transform the region by bringing about investment in urban regeneration, education and skills, infrastructure and tourism, and with a clear focus on digital innovation. Our panellists today have provided great insight into how they will take these opportunities forward, working in collaboration with the Northwest and with key partners in Boston. And one of the highlights of today was hearing about the new School of Medicine at Magee, which will develop the next generation of much needed doctors. I think given all our experiences over the past 20 months, that was particularly good news to hear. I want to pay tribute to all of the business leaders we've heard from today, and to our own colleagues in InvestNI, headed up by Peter Kahn in Boston, and to her colleagues in IDA for the work that they have done in continuing to bring investment into the Northwest and beyond, particularly over the past 20 months. I also want to pay tribute to Tourism Ireland for the work that they have done in promoting the Northwest and the whole island of Ireland as a destination of choice for visitors. The Embrace a Giant Spirit and Press the Green Button campaigns have been a stroke of genius, and with the recent good news on travel restrictions, I hope it won't be long before we see many of our family and friends visiting our shores once again. The ability to travel freely will not only mean that we can be with family and friends and experience the shared culture, heritage and history that connects us, but it will be an important and essential element for businesses as they rebuild connections across the Atlantic and work to fulfill the optimism and confidence that has been so apparent throughout the conference today. I want to finish by congratulating Marcin, Conla and the rest of the team for another hugely successful Golden Bridges conference, and we look forward to seeing you, hopefully in person, at next year's conference. Thank you.
Díomh Corda. Every year, Golden Bridges takes place to celebrate the links between Boston and Northwest Ireland. It was founded in 2008 and has now grown to include all of Massachusetts, and it's become a key transatlantic initiative linking Massachusetts with visitors from Donegal and Derry. And it spurred initiatives covering business, further education, sports, arts and culture and community building. There's around 7 million people on the island of Ireland, but the Irish diaspora is easily 10 times that size. And it's initiatives like Golden Bridges which show how our global family remains valued and engaged in the Ireland of today. And we've seen the value of those connections in today's discussions. Of course, this year's conference was virtual once again, but it has demonstrated the value of maintaining and growing our connections through technology. But of course, we're all looking forward to the time when we can welcome the Irish delegation here to Boston again. I'm very glad that travel between Ireland and the US is possible again, and I know that many of the people watching from Ireland will be keen to visit the US again soon, and I know as well that for those of you watching in the US that a very warm welcome awaits you in Ireland. So until then, everyone, slán na bhaile, stay safe, agus gur míle maith agóibh.
City streets passing by, underneath stormy skies, neon signs.